Alrighty then. Alrighty then. So I think it might just be you and me today. Oh, also, I desperately need a new thumbnail for the YouTube live stream. I absolutely desperately need this. This is like of paramount importance because I realized that I had nothing there for a while, and then I was like, oh, I should probably do something, and then I forgot, and then I just did whatever I had. So, oh well. Soon I will go back to beta. What's up, Mamina? Very soon. I think like a few more days of pre-patch sounds like a lot of fun. So we could do some like keys, and then we'll go. Hi, troll. Hi, troll. I was actually seeing if you wanted to do keys, and then you said that, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, I could just hit the button now, I suppose. Thank you, troll. That's always a nice way to start stream. Nice mustache. Thank you. Yeah, you noticed that? Troll doesn't look old enough to have facial hair, but I've decided to kind of grow it out. It's getting thick. I know. It's getting thick, which is weird because, you know, he plays World of Warcraft, so you would assume he's old enough to have facial hair, but you never know. I'm going back to sleep. Can I, Bavina? Enjoy your food, troll. If you do want to do any keys, let me know. I think I'll be on pre-patch another few days, and then I'm going beta. I have a lot more testing to do on beta. I just said I think I'm going to end. I don't know if it was on. Yeah, I was about to, though. Who's this hottie? Well, hottie, where? Kind of down there. So was only playing beta for like 2 months. Like, I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm a strict love playing beta, you know? I did see the notes from a few hours ago. They are interesting, aren't they? Because I don't think half those notes are not what the community asked for at all. Like, some of them are just like, wait, what? That's not what people were asking for, but... No, yeah, basically. Exactly. So I just hopped back on pre-patch for a little bit because it's fun. But probably soon I go back. Most likely, like, soonish. Enjoy your food. I think Arson will also come play. He likes beta as well. And then Rain is now playing beta. I am playing Elune today. Yep, I've been playing Elune for all my keys. We did, what did we do? We did 22 Floodgate, 22 Gambit, 21 Dawnbreaker, all with a very Elune's macroed Ironfur type build, where I'm actually not pressing Raise or Maul at all. It is a little bit less damage, but overall, does well. Tank damage pretty low right now on beta, or on pre-patch, until we get our Apex and stuff. So, two things. Number one is I feel like we should just look to see if there are any 2021s around or something like that. Yo. How old do you think he is? I have no idea. I honestly can't tell. His name is Troll Mommy, and I have no idea. I'm really bad at telling people's ages, though. Like, extremely bad. So I don't know if he's like 19, 29, or 35. I'm gonna lean more toward, like, I have no idea. It's somewhere between 18 and 47. Somewhere in there. It's gotta be one of those. Oh, that's Stormwolf? Oh, I wish we could almost play with that. Hey, RFA. It's 24? I was close. See, I was right. If you just make the statistic wide enough, you'll eventually catch someone. Claw's like a meta. Most likely Killian, yeah. Most likely Claw will be what the actual meta will be. Has tank, has heal. No, we don't. Tank roll available, damn it. We need at least this, right? No groups found, holy. I would love to find some people, because 23 is going to be kind of hard. What key you got? What's up, good talk? This has been a good talk. What do you think is a good talk? I like talking about, let's see here. I like talking about real shit, yeah? Except the problem is that sometimes people take that literally, and I don't really mind that either because I've had a lot of digestive problems in my life. But in general, what I mean by that is more like, you know, philosophy, psychology, what makes people happy, what makes people tick, like all that type of stuff. Also, I do need to clarify, I released a relatively controversial video yesterday. I didn't mean for it to be that controversial, but you know I record things in pretty much one take, and to be honest, I sort of wanted basically to make a video about people buying their Mythic Plus score. Interesting. I got 23 hauls, but would prefer people on for it. Could just send. Try it. 2122, definitely. So, the video was about people buying title, and I didn't quite in the video do a good enough job of honoring those who do push for title and just miss it because somebody buys it from them. Like, that would feel terrible, and every one of those people would be justified in feeling angry, resentful, etc. But my general take was that the fact that title exists but no other goal in Mythic Plus exists actually creates a lot of toxicity in World of Warcraft, and I do stand by that take. I think it's important to just have a general conversation about that. What's up, Lona? Yeah, I do actually think. You know? Yeah. It's just the people who bought. I don't think it's as big of a deal. No, Discord note. I'll put it right now. I just don't think it's as big of a deal as one might imagine. Do you know what I mean? No. I mean, but like, genuinely, like, I don't think it's people buy for KIO good talk. I don't like it. I don't like public shaming on the internet. I feel like whenever people resort to that tactic and post spreadsheets, etc., I have such a problem with just genuinely like people straight public shaming. I don't think that's good. I'm gonna buy AK, get wrecked. Illusion, how much gold do you have? What's up, Small? Have they fixed some of the Guardian bugs? As far as I know, no. But I need to clarify though. Yeah, same. Here, we'll just have to list my key. I was looking for a key, but I don't see anything. 20 Ecodome. Didn't we get a 21 Ecodome already? Pretty good leveling on Holy DK. Small, do you want to do any actual beta keys on, or sorry, pre-patch keys? Yup. That's the one. Think we are the same. A give or take. Let's see if we can find an aura car or something like that. King Fetty just subscribed. Yo, hello. Thank you for this up. Much appreciated. I can. I mean, do you want to? Because like I was gonna try to recruit like Rain and some other people, but no one's really on right now. I have a 23 halls. I would prefer to play with people that I know for that. I don't know if you want to like push pre-patch or not. Not that pre-patch score matters, but it's just fun. Some people have been asking me, "Yo, Awoo, why are you playing pre-patch?" And I was like, because it's fun. That would be why. And they're like, oh. I swear, having fun in World of Warcraft is somewhat of a lost art. Now, I am on a mission. Would you like to hear my mission? I have been recently, there's been a lot of drama in World of Warcraft. A lot of drama. And I have released, I wanted to talk about it because I got a YouTube channel now. So I was like, I'm just going to talk about the fact that Quasi quit and what happened there. And then I'm going to talk about this. And I'm just like, you know what? No. The next few days, I want to release only positive information because I'm actually very hyped for Midnight. There's a lot of cool things happening. We've been talking about all the negatives, what they need to fix for tanking, etc., etc. But I'm happy. I've really enjoyed beta. So I think that is the important thing. And that is what I would like to really focus on today. So later today, yeah. Well, I just don't, well, I don't want to come across as dooming. It just so happens that there's been a lot of drama. And in my videos, I try to offer a positive spin or like a take, like basically a perspective, a solution so that we don't finish the video and go, oh man, World of Warcraft, why would we even play Midnight? Like, I'm not going to play that game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want that to be the perspective. A Mistweaver monk. Holy. I'm a live either way. Should be I'm sort of down. We would need a lust. If Small wants to come, then we would have a lust. A Mistweaver monk. Holy. Should we take a Mistweaver? Your nameplates are still a nightmare. You didn't actually figure that out, Flex. You didn't get to finish that out? You didn't get to figure out your nameplates? Grim, what's up? I don't think they've actually fixed a lot of the bugs as far as I know. The VDH Fiery brand is fixed too on live servers. I don't know, actually. I'm coming to let me finish. No problem, Small. Yo, what's up, Grimlock? I looked. Just the 20 eco. That was it. I mean, I'm down to take this Mistweaver. If he can heal it, he can heal it. I have no idea. I have zero clue how Mistweaver is on pre-patch. Yo. Is Mistweaver good on pre-patch? Wait, Official Maddie, is that you? Mistweaver is solid, right? I haven't played with a single Mistweaver in pre-patch. I haven't seen one. I'm super curious now. I'm down. Show me the power, man. Show me the power. I want to know. I want to know how this goes. Should I come back to WoW after the add-on Apocalypse? Absolutely, Grim. That's honestly, yes. What's up, Monielli? That is the one, the Maddie. Hey, nice. I uninstalled the call months ago. Listen. Here's the most important thing, okay? Oh, what's up, Che? Yo, I was actually going to ask you if you wanted to do some keys. We're going to try some like 23s, but I'm always down. I've been trying to collab a little more, as it were. Oh, speaking of which, I forgot. Let me just go get ours on here. Oh, what's up, Che? I hope you have a good night. I always catch you just a little bit late. Thank you for the resub, man. You know, Che, I realized something. I don't have a banner for the YouTube channel that I have been working on and posting to a lot. There's no banner or anything. Like, literally at all. I never even uploaded a profile photo. I didn't even realize that. I've been meaning to. Grimlock, allow me to offer you a perspective. Recently, if you've caught any of my recent videos, there's been a lot of drama in WoW, and I realize that a lot of it has been a little negative. I think I remember the banners. I used one for Twitch. I like them. But it wasn't either not the right size for YouTube or something. I'm not sure. But Grimlock asks, should I come back to WoW? I uninstalled a little bit. The add-on Apocalypse scares me. In terms of UI and add-on, you're going to be able to do 98% of what you want to do. That simple. Like, if you're worried about the add-on and the stuff, like, it ain't gonna, you're going to be fine. Almost everything that you want to do will be possible. Also, Che, that's a beautiful check mark next to your name there. Congratulations. Don't worry about it. If that's your concern, like genuinely, like don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be just fine. The game will be not only playable but enjoyable, and your UI will be all right. I just think that's so important to. Everybody was dooming about it. They've already walked back so much, and you're gonna be okay. When I'm in a dungeon, I have to choose between Blizzard's full health bars or nothing at all. I just want name tags. I mean, for friendly players, isn't there options, interface, friendly, like this? As a healer, I run with Mad Skills UI and does literally, yeah. Also, Mad Skills, you know that I got to do a podcast with him official? I was on a podcast with him. I know him now. I could DM him. I could be like, yo, what's up, dude? I like your accent. And he'd be like, what? And I'd be like, yeah. I like your accent, man. I wish I talked like that. And he'd be like, what? And I'd be like, yeah. I like people's accents. Every time I hear somebody with a cool accent, I wish I had that accent. Like, every time, 100%. I just, because I have an accent, I guess, to other people, but I wish I had an accent. I just can't do that with my voice. I don't know how people do it. Although, to be fair, if I could talk in an accent, you better bet I'm doing that 100% of the time. I would not be able to stop myself. If I was good at accents, I would do it nonstop, literally all the time. It would be amazing. Okay. So yes, don't you worry about the add-on stuff or even Midnight. I think it'll be a very fun time to play the game. I want to release some videos that are very just positive. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'd like to do. Here, let me set this up for today. Discord, right? Build all the build I am playing is linked here. Okay. Copy link address. Boom, like this. Here. Bam. Chat. Excellent. I'm just gonna pin this. Cool. Nice. Pin message. So I do think that's important. I would like to really clarify that, I think. I think that's a good clarification. Killers from New York. We think we played with him before, didn't we? And then we'll have small comp? Yep, perfect. Oh, nice. You are already 4K. Nice. Hello, Raccoon Man. I think Matt Skills is Irish. I don't actually know exactly where he's from, but he has something like that. Should I even have Maul bound? Now, in my keys that I have tested, if you are playing the build I am playing, I have hit Maul a little bit. It's like maybe 2-3% single target. So not really. Like, yes, probably small single target DPS increase, but honestly, not needed. I'll do this key, for example, not pressing it at all. Maybe on the first boss, I'll press it a little bit or something like that. But effectively, it's been slightly buffed, but I'm still a little meh about it. That being said, it's a small DPS increase because Thorns of Iron doesn't do damage anymore. All right, yo, let's try the 23, and if we are just shy, we can do 22. Yo, what's up, ducks? I think I'm maining Prot Pally in Midnight. I saw your video on it, but is there anyone that mains Prot Pally that you'd recommend learning from? I mained Prot Pally for a little bit. If you want to learn the highest level min-max, obviously the most popular Prot Pally is Yoda. I'm sure you know who that is. I was about to say Yoda is probably going to main it. He's a very good Prot Pally. His content is generally tailored to the higher end of keys. So if you're not doing world first stuff, like sometimes his routing and his suggestions can be a little bit not always the best suggestion for people who are doing 10s or 12s, because he doesn't do that. And what I mean by that is, yeah, exactly, a bit intense. And what I mean by that is, you know, his route for Priory, for higher keys, excellent. You know, he's really good information. I remember when he came out and he was like, yo, the casters in Priory are way more efficient than the footmen. You should pull as many casters as possible. And then I was like, okay, but in a pug, nobody's kicking the casters. And he was like, it's no problem. You just, what you do, right, is you just kind of, you do a CC chain and it's easy. Like as a VDH, I go sigil, this, that, and then all of a sudden what we're going to do from there is go boomy beam and then individual kicks. And I was like, yeah, no one's doing that in a pug. What's going to happen is you're going to pull all the casters, and then basically immediately everyone will use their interrupt and all of their CC in the first 2 seconds, and then your key is over. So you know what I mean? And it's like, I just don't think that's a good idea, personally speaking. I want to change this to... I need a new thumbnail, by the way. Apparently, now that I've changed it, I don't know how to change it back. What should I do for the thumbnail on the YouTube? I really gotta... I want to know. Should I make it a bear? Should I make it me? Like, what should I make the thumbnail on YouTube? I don't even know. I actually don't know what to do. I need some suggestions. I have some photos saved because Opera GX is cool. Oh, let's see here. I can make it like a bear. My haughty face, of course. Bro, I don't know about the face thing going on recently, and that's specifically because, you know, I've never played Pal. Yeah, I love all his videos, though. Really zoomed up picture of my nose. Ooh, I don't know about that. Do you use raise? I do not. In this build I am playing right now, I do not. I totally could, because even though this will be a 23 hauls, I am not that worried about living. Be right there a sec, sorry. What do you think? I have like a few thumbnails made. I guess for today we could change it to this. I have the new Guardian Druid Talents as my current thumbnail, but what about this one? I made this one. I could do never lose aggro again. That one was pretty good, I think. Here, let's try this. You got to tell me what you think. If I change the thumbnail of this, you got to tell me what you think. I bet. Here, let me just disable commercials for a little bit. Yeah, what's up, guys? Cool. Here, bam, like this. No, there will be no more ads. Alrighty then. Cool. Where they're going to summon me real fast, and then I'm going to go buy some combat potions for some keys today, man. What's up, Arthur? How do you like the pre-patch event that just came out? I don't know, man. Is it good? How is it? For reference. I have literally no idea. I don't really do open world content, man. It's bad. I have only heard bad things. Have you guys tried the what can I ask you what your opinion is? Yo, bro, what's up, Neon? What's your opinion on it though? I heard Holy Paladin. So here was the thing. Why did they make that Holy Paladin change? I know the community was asking for Crusader Strike back, but they weren't asking for it back in the way that they were given. So like what? Yeah, hold up. What's up, Toro? Yeah, super weird change for Holy Paladin. Because everybody was like, yo, we gotta get Crusader Strike back. And then they gave it back, but they gave it back in like the weirdest way. Like it's just kind of strange because then they increased the cooldown on everything else, changed the CDR loop, which doesn't actually help. Like that doesn't help anyone. And I was just like, okay. Like people wanted it back as a filler spell, not as like a mandatory rotational button necessarily. Also, I don't know what the mana cost is, but that was a problem. Like I think the Holy Light casting was a bigger problem. And there was also the Resto Shaman changes, which were good that they tried something because it absolutely needed one more thing. But then they brought back Tidal Waves with only one charge, and they took Whispering Waves out, and I was like, but then Chain Heal is like super bad, and like that doesn't help. So I feel like Resto Shaman also got almost a little worse potentially, and I was like, I'm just confused. For sure. The recent changes, the recent build, for the things that matter, I don't think it really addressed a lot of it. And there's also a ton of bug fixes that still haven't happened, as far as I know, but I do need to go back to beta and actually test it. To be fair, I do need to actually spend a little bit more time on beta before I make these takes, because it probably is a little off. I think do literally 2 dailies and sit for wares to spawn timer. Why are they so against making rare spawns actually good? That's a genuine question, by the way. Why are they so against rare spawns being not terrible? Do you have any idea about that? Why were they against it just like giving a bunch of rares? 1 month till release and 2 there's still start of the season. There's a chance. Arthur, what do you like to play in WoW? Because I feel like I'm going to make some positive takes. I really want to in the next little bit. There's actually so much good that's happening for what it's worth, okay? There's a lot of good that's happening. There's a gift. Okay, let's go. 23 hulls. Sorry about that. To set up some streaming stuff. Okay, I have no food and no this. Let me just open the auction house real quick and grab some. I need combat potions and I need some food. If we're doing a 23, I might as well get what I want, you know? Thank you, Smokey. I played VDH from Shadowlands, still hate the spec because 2 OP with all the sigils. Arthur, to be fair, the sigils are significantly nerfed since that point. I just want to point out that the sigils are like way nerfed now, okay? So that isn't as big of a deal as it was, for what it's worth. I think they should give them back to Guardian. I feel like they should give Guardian, my hidden cook for tanks is they should just give Guardian Solar Beam. Give Guardian a 5-second Solar Beam on a 3-second cooldown, so we can perma interrupt packs. That's my hidden cook. Can we do that? All right, ready? How do you think this 23 hulls will go well? I don't think I'm gonna die, but I'm curious to know how this is gonna go because it is a hulls. Ready? Thank you. I appreciate your vote of confidence. All right, let's try 23 hulls of atonement. I am very uncertain about this. Let's give it a shot. It doesn't hurt to try, right? Oh, I didn't eat food. I've got the food and I forgot to get a food buff. It's okay. Not required, right? I can even enchant my weapon here. I mean, it is a 23, so I feel like part of me should be taking this a little bit more seriously. I get 1 thrash ticking on these mobs. Uh-oh. My ping is kind of high today, as I am noticing. Cool. I will be very full health. I'm not worried about myself this key, like, at all. I know for a fact that I'm going to be okay. However, I'm going to Boomy form, Convoke, and then back into Incarn here. If that Loyal Beast cast goes off, I'm not concerned at all. We have no DK. Yeah, I'm not trolling necessarily, but I'm not exactly not trolling, simply because I'm, warming up today. It's a warm-up key, you know? We're just warming up with a 23. It's easy. Nah, I'm not going to die. Guardian Druid right now, my damage might be a little low, but to be honest, I am, like, actually functionally immortal. It's kind of crazy how immortal I feel. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a small survivability nerf to Guardian. It would not be completely unreasonable if they decided to do a small nerf to Guardian survivability. But I clarify, small. It doesn't deserve a big nerf. It deserves a small one. Oh, we need prio damage. Holy, Devovoker popping off. I thought my Frost Mage was supposed to be doing big damn. I have a question. If the mage in this group, if he doesn't do any damage, does that mean he bought his title? I'm sorry, that was sarcasm. If you don't, I should clarify. That was clearly a joke. Wait, why did everybody die? Wait, why did everybody just die? Where did the deaths come from? Wait, are they nerfing Dispriest on beta? I think that was fair. Wait, how did everybody just die? Well, that's not good. I really want to see this Mistweaver in action. I'm like super curious about seeing this Mistweaver in action. All good. Nah. If we don't time this key, I tell you what, I will still be okay. I am really not the sort of player who needs to time this. Alternatively, I could have a different perspective. What do you guys think about maybe if we don't time this, then I have to absolutely just yell at everyone? Like, what if we don't time this and then it's like not my fault, but it is my fault, and then I just yell at everyone else? I'm feeling a little spicy today. No. I am curious to know how hard. Do I know how to yell? I don't know. Have you ever seen me yell at people? I feel like I could be good at it. If I tried, like if I put some effort in, I feel like I could be good at it. What do you think? I'm at 49 stacks of this debuff, by the way, and I am chilling. Then tell me, why is there no nerfs to Resto Druid on beta? Because they don't know how to nerf Resto Druid, and that's why it's probably going to be meta. Because if they nerf Resto Druid baseline, then it will be too bad. And the reason is because of the reason Resto Druid is so good is not necessarily because of its raw HPS. It's because of its profile of HPS, which is problematic because they don't know how to nerf that. They don't know how to nerf it successfully. That is a huge red flag for Resto. Because, let me put it this way. There are some specs which are just like, hey, this one ability is simply doing 20% more damage than it should. So most likely it's going to get nerfed. That makes sense, right? No shock to anyone. Like, oh, they're going to just change how that works and it'll be 20% less powerful, so it'll be in line with everything else. That makes sense. Here's the problem. Resto Druid doesn't have one ability that is simply 20% ahead. That's actually not true. Resto Druid has a variety of abilities that are contributing to its massive HPS. So if they nerf the mastery, that would be one way, but they've already done that. But if they nerf the mastery too much, then all of a sudden it's bad in raid. And they tune more off raid HPS than they do key HPS. That is why Resto Druid will probably end up being meta. It is actually almost entirely because they won't tune outside of raid. What they need to do in order to actually tune Resto Druid is to take it off the raid thing. Exactly. They've kind of backed themselves into a corner with Resto Druid tuning, in my opinion, though. That's actually like a genuine problem, though. What's up, Dubs? Been watching your VODs, dig the content, thinking about trying to main Vengeance Demon Hunter. Ooh. VDH should be interesting. How that turns out, actually. What's up, Marcus? In a lot of ways, I like Blood more, but you and others scare me with the balance around rate. It's a very valid concern for Blood DK. Dubs. It is near impossible for them to balance Blood DK. It is it's going to be a near impossible challenge for them. Just because they will balance around raid. They always do. And I think that is a real big potential issue with them trying to balance the game around something like Blood DK. One of the ways that they control for these variables is group buffs. And I don't really like the fact that is true. I'm going to SI myself here. Remember, this is a 23. I probably could die. I feel pretty immortal, but not that worried. Make sure we CC this. My War Stomp will come in to do something here. I'll send Incarn, and here we go. I don't want to play Resto Druid again for the 4th season. Okay, let me put it this way. Have you played beta at all? Because I can explain it to you actually pretty easy. I can tell you why Resto Druid would be meta as of right now. Have you played beta at all? The healing requirements on beta are different than the healing requirements on live. Let me try to keep this as grouped as possible here with the Houndmaster in. Yeah, yeah. The healing requirements on beta are a little bit more HPS focused. A little bit less one-shot focused, which is what Resto Druid struggles with. But if I told you, in keys going into midnight, all you have to do is massive HPS. There's like a ton of HPS checks, yeah? And I thought you could play any healer to meet these HPS checks. What would you want to play? What's your first thought? If you're a healer main, I tell you, for example, you need massive HPS, and it's going to be infinite HPS every 30 seconds. So it's just pretty constant, like Kajin from Halls of Infusion. There's one healer that should come to mind more than anything because it's built for that, and it's Resto Druid. Like, that's why Resto Druid is probably going to end up being incredibly good. I can live this, no problem. I got it, I got it. I'll SI this one, and then I'll Soothe here. I'll hit the Frenzied Regen for my shield. I'll go Lunar Beam. This is how tanky Guardian is, by the way. Look at me. I'm literally face tanking these Gargans. There's 4 dogs in this poll on a 23 Halls of Atonement, and they are all rage right now. A Shaman? Dispriest because you respect yourself. Well, that's certainly a take. I'm going to go out of bear form into here. This is going to hurt me a lot for sure, but I'm still not going to die. Look at this. Just literally actually face tanking these mobs. This is a little frustrating that this guy, we don't have a DK to grip him. So I'm just going to live. I'm going to live. I'm going to live. I'm going to live. Kind of insane that I managed to figure that out. And I'm going to have to pull this guy with the Hound, which is going to be a little problematic. We need to kick on that back guy. We're going to have to watch the shoots. And then make sure that no one gets hit by this. Okay. From here, we should be settled. Ooh, spicy, spicy, spicy. It is a 23, so a little spicy. Now, we had the 3 deaths earlier because I think my healer lagged out. Dispriest nerfs to beta, I think were a little bit fair. But Void Weaver needs a buff. You could only play Oracle for Disc on beta. Marcus, what spec do you play in World of Warcraft? Also, remember that healing is much more simplified. So, with the pruning, Resto Druid just feels like it has the most options for actually meeting HPS checks the whole key. In my opinion, I don't think anything really compares to what Resto Druid can provide. And it still has all the things you want. It's got Poison Dispel, which is actually kind of important for a few dungeons. It's got a Curse Dispel, which is important for a few dungeons. Oh, we really got to stop dying to that, don't we? You know what? After this, I think I invited Arson again today. We can swap back to NA ping. I bet you are on OCE ping. But we gotta stop dying to those circles. All 4 deaths in this key on 23 have been to the circles. Apps feels weak even during cooldowns. Yeah. Void Weaver on beta just doesn't really feel playable. So after we kill this, we'll go do one more pull over there, and we'll go. I wonder about the Resto Shaman changes. Honestly, I'm going to have to consider them. I don't know. What's up, Ginger? How's it going today? Ginger, do you sleep well? Are you somebody who just like, you know what? I'm freaking great at sleep. How well do you sleep in general, you know? I followed you here from Instagram. Oh, what's up, Marcus? You don't play World of Warcraft at all. Uh-oh. I needed a second for aggro. Sleep? What is that? Yeah, that makes sense. Does that mean you're a good gamer? You followed here from Instagram. Well, hello there. I started that Instagram just a little bit ago, and I had no idea that it would turn into what it is, because I just started posting me cuddling with my cat, and then people were like, yo, your crotch is crotching, and I'm like, oh, okay. So then I basically was just like, I mean, I cuddle with this cat every day. Like, he's so cuddly, and he's really, really cute. So I figured I might as well just keep posting it. I was like, I have no shame. That's the truth of it. That's just straight up, that's the entirety of my Instagram. But he is like actually the cutest cat. I've only lived with him for a few months now. Only complaint is he's very vocal. Sometimes he just screams for no reason. But that's apparently just what cats do. We love them anyways, huh? Am I looking for a new Thai girlfriend? Nope. I'm good. I'm ready, Rain. Oh, I didn't know you were gonna hop over today. I didn't see if you responded to the message. I thought you might be just on beta. Don't we all scream for no reason? That's true. That's true. I'm curious to know your thoughts on the rest of those shaman changes. I was just talking about it. This is probably going to be a 22 very soon, Rain. So, you want to do 22 hauls after this? I feel like the timer is not looking too pretty right now. Yeah, for sure. All right, bet. It probably gonna be 22 territory. What's up, Dusk? How's it going? The 23 isn't hurting me, but we had a healer DC earlier, so we had like 4 circle deaths as well, though. I can stay only 3 months. Not possible to find a job. Oh, no, I'm not looking for a Thai girlfriend. I got Kitty. I'm pretty happy with that. I feel like we're just... Can you even time this with our current timer? I can heal Arson here. I have meaningful off healing. I can go through this. It's been a long time for WoW. More Star Wars, the Old Republic. Darge! Darge! Yo! I haven't seen you in forever. What's up, dude? How's it going? I'll say the Mistweaver is healing. He's just not doing any damage, which is obviously fine. I live? Yeah, it's been a long time. Star Wars The Old Republic, honestly, though. That is such a nostalgic game. Can I tell you, do you like Star Wars, by the way? No. I'm not complaining. He's doing great. Do you like Star Wars, Marcus? Are you like an actual Star Wars enjoyer? Because I have something to share with you if you are. I really like Star Wars, and recently I found these AI videos that people have made. I don't know if you've seen them before, and at first you're going to say, wait, AI Star Wars videos, those can't be good. They're amazingly good. They're so good. They're really fucking good. Because the story that they tell is fucking fantastic, okay? There's a few channels, and I was just like sitting there crying. Like, it actually made me cry, okay? Yeah. It's okay. Yo, what's up, Kira? Okay, hold up. This is a genuine question because I want to be able to share this with people. This is something that you basically should know about. I will gladly link this right after this attempt. They're like, the dialogue that these people come up with, I'm just like, why don't the movies have this depth? I'm going to share it right after this. I think like a few minutes because I think 22 angle. No, the Mistweaver, actually, he was doing great. I have not noticed a single HPS problem this whole dungeon. I genuinely, I think he's been healing really well. Hi, Kira. I saw you doing some 19s with Rez earlier. I actually almost asked you guys to join, but then I noticed Rez is a tank, and I think I'll have a healer coming, so I did not join. Does it look... It's not about the visual Requiem, it's about the story. It's the AI videos are not for the visual. It's specifically for the story, man. Best funnel in the game at the moment. I think we call this. Here, go 22. 22. We'll call it. We balled some 19s. Easy. Nice. Oh, wait, Dusk, you got to play with them? AI really need a Star Wars book? No. That's true, Rain. You could read that, though. Honestly, at PvP, I've never really done Mythic Plus or Tanked, but need to switch it up. If you're just doing 15s weekly, is the goal? Is Blood going to be... No. 15s are going to be just fine for Blood dubs. Don't worry about that. Oh, nice. Dusk got to play with you. Is there a niche quality of life add-on feature you've thought of but haven't found? No. I bless them with the lizard's presence. Hold up. Let me go find these Star Wars videos. The one that I was thinking of is the Star Wars AI stories. There's one that was really heavy. I mean, they're not light videos. Like, they're really story. I mean, there's this one which is like an 8-minute video. There's like, I didn't even know Grievous's backstory. Something like I didn't know was like General Grievous. Like, what's his backstory? And it's like, bro, really? I didn't know that. Yes, but Mike can. No, you were good. Sandy was actually really genuinely healing that so well. So there's the Force archives here. I'm gonna look at videos. Was this the one? Where was the one? It was like Darth Vader visits The channel is there's different channels apparently. Darth Vader visits Padme's grave. There's the grave, and then there's the actual Before Return of the Jedi. This one, 9 days ago, Skywalker stories, just something like this. Like this dialogue is fucking amazing. It's not about the visual. It's specifically about just the here. Here, I got you. Boom, this link, that right there. Hope you guys were fine. Don't worry about that. Cool. Rain, you want to come? Hold up. Junk, what do you want to play? Rogue right now? Let me see how I feel about that. What's your rogue at? Junk, have I played with you before? Wait a second. Junk Lock. You're not Junk Rat. Are you? Did you change your name? No, I don't think I know you that well. Aug Evokers are crashing the game, literally. Oh, that's a Dev Evoker. If the Aug Evoker is doing this much damage, the game is literally over. Hopefully Aug doesn't do that much. Is Guardian Druid easier in the War Within or more difficult? It's harder. It's not easier. Troy, I genuinely believe that Guardian is actually not the easiest thing, though. What key level is this? A 22 was Junk's DK, barely missed title. How do you feel about the fact that people bought title if you just missed it? I made a video yesterday, and for what it's worth, that's the Star Wars video I was talking about. I made a video earlier, yesterday, and I didn't mean... I record my videos in one take, and I feel as though I might have missed some perspective, which is why I make them. I welcome if I ever make a video and you're like, I don't agree. Genuinely, for what it's worth, okay? If I ever make one and you say, I have a different perspective than you and I disagree, let me know. I don't dislike discourse. Just keep it respectful. I actually think, no joke, that it is a significant problem in today's world that we are not capable of discourse without judgment. As in, I can have a different agreement with you. Like, I can have a different perspective to you, right? Except for the fact that instead of us coming to a conversation, we just fight. And it's like, and I say, but you're a bad person, and I'm whatever. It's like, no. It's not a character argument. It's just we have a different opinion on something. And the meaningful discourse has just really degenerated over time. And I really dislike that. I wish there was more acceptance of just having different opinions. Do you know? Yeah, it's just, there's like friendly debates are okay. And you can have a friendly debate even if my perspective is fundamentally different than yours. If, for example, I tell you, should title be removed from Mythic Plus? Some people are going to be like, yes. Some people are going to say no. If I made a video about resilient keys, do you think resilient keys are good or bad? It's a good question. There are going to be some people who say they're really bad, and there's going to be a lot of people who say they're really good. You know? Will be Nora's baby. Don't ask. Is Killa's on stream right now? Let me ask this mage if he wants to stay, because I'll let him. Hold up. Let me get Rain in here. When you ready. When you ready. Rain is coming. He went AFK for a second. I'll hop in queue in a second. Res good, but can be improved. So the conversation should not be a black and white yes or no. It should be a let's have a conversation about this, right? Because there are good opinions on both sides. Let's take those opinions and come out with the best solution. That's my perspective personally. I like having debates. I like being able to talk about it. You know? Delicious. Junk, I think that I might keep the mage in here just because he was in the 23 and he knows the route now. And I don't think we're going to have as many deaths, so he should be all right. I think. We are missing some prio damage, though. You're right. You think if Blizz made all the changes you want, the game would be better? Well, I mean, I basically just want people not to have a pee bottle if they want to actually play the game. You know what I mean? I just want people to know that they don't have to pee in a water bottle. Marcus, you ever been so competitive with gaming that you actually have to pee in a water bottle just so that you can get score in the game that you play? Which is the easiest tank at the moment? So, good question, Troy. There is a version of Bear which is going to be the easiest tank. That's the one I'm playing right now. And it is totally doable in the war in Midnight. It's not going to be the recommended build. So you won't see a lot of people playing it. In my opinion, it's very good and absolutely fine. Like, it works. But I probably won't even play it because it simply does not min-max as hard. You know? Water bottles are for casuals. Get an RB. Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. Get an RGB gaming catheter. I said an ergonomic bottle and add a potential bed. Man, now I want to show Marcus my cat. If Marcus came from Instagram, I kind of want to show him my cat now. Hold up. Never kind coincidence. Appreciate taking the time to ask. You know what, Marcus? I don't mind asking. We're just waiting for Rain now. Whenever he gets back. Yeah, he's downstairs at the moment. I'd have to get him. He'll come say hi at some point. Do you know what he'll do when he wants attention? He'll come outside my door. I'm on 3rd floor of the house, so he's over there. And he'll just go outside the door, and he will literally just start screaming. Like, I'll know that he is wanting attention because I'll just start randomly hearing yowling from outside my door, and I'll be like, okay, he's probably napping right now. All right, Rain, come here. Yeah, right. Swap any ping. Right. Hold up, reform. Arson, reinvite. Right. I forgot. Swap. And I always forget that you guys are supposed to invite me for NA ping. Well, Marcus, I appreciate you saying hi. I think the Instagram is a new journey for me. I've been streaming now for a little bit, and people were like, you gotta make social media, man. That's what they told me. They're like, you gotta do it. And I was like, oh, man. So I kind of just bit the bullet, and I was like, okay, I'll make social media. And then I was like, what am I gonna post? Like, I'm not a big social media person. Very much not, in fact. I just sort of, I do my thing, and I didn't even have like an Instagram or a Facebook or anything like that. But then people were like, you gotta do it. I was like, okay. So I was like, what should I do? And at first I was just basically like, hey guys, I'm drinking my Thai tea or whatever, because Thailand. And then I was like, oh, yeah, I got this cat, and he like super cute. So I was like, I should just post the cat. And now the Instagram is doing whatever. I figure every night, like, I cuddle with that guy, and I annoy him every day, let's say. He likes it, though. Yesterday I learned, for example, that he really enjoys it when I slide him across the floor. The iguana? No, I got you. Small, hold up. Small, not random. She is... If Mort wants to replace... Yo, what's up, Ducks? Hold up. If Mort wants to come, then we have to replace the mage. Because I will take you small. No, it's okay. You can sit? Okay. No, I wouldn't. That's why I specifically said that you will come. I got you. Your party is full. Hold up. It's lagging. It's being weird. It did just say the party is full. It might be a bug. Any idea what you're going to be playing in Midnight yet? Oh, Darsh. Good question. I got no idea, to be honest. I don't know. I know I'll play Guardian, right? I just don't know if I'm going to main Guardian. Hold up. Oh, shit. Wait. Mort. Wait. I'm Mort. Are you still going to be tanking? That's a good question, Darge. I actually am not 1,000% sure about that. I am not crazy positive. As of right now, if the tanks were not changed at all, I would main Paladin. If I was going to tank and want to be more meta-driven, I would main Paladin for what it's worth. Being Blood and Daycare for starter tank, Troy. There are basically going to be two options for your bear tank, and I would recommend that you can play this version of it, which I'll have linked in the Discord, of course. But basically, this version can be played if you're really just trying to get into tanking and you want to be chilling, you know? Okay. This is on normal for some reason. Normal. Weird. They gutted a lot of healers. I would say, Darj, that healing right now, it's one of the things I want to talk about. Darj, do you know how much drama there has been in World of Warcraft? Marcus, it doesn't matter, even if you don't play WoW. I'm going to ask you a question. Does it surprise you that there is drama in a game that you've never heard of? That there might be some controversy, as they say. Some divisive topics. Does this surprise you in this? Does this surprise anybody? I feel like in today's world, it shouldn't shock anyone. There's just seemingly drama everywhere. I've avoided all WoW stuff to forgetting CE. Okay. So, you want me to fill you in on the drama? You want to stay updated on the controversy? It's just universal to the internet, correct. Now, what I have a problem with is not necessarily a right or a wrong, because I don't know. Because I'm the sort of person who says, hey, look, I wasn't there. I didn't see the DMs. I don't know what happened. If I was the sort of person who could watch a single podcast and be like, oh my God, I need to do this thing, then you know what I mean? Yeah, no, I can't do that. Like, I just can't take a side. Like, I really want to see things from both sides and be like, oh, I see, this might be what happened. So first things first, Darj, is that Quasi quit World of Warcraft in one day. He deleted his entire social media presence, his website is no more, and his YouTube is completely privated. He also offered to refund every single thing on Patreon. That was a pretty big point of drama a few days ago. Now, regardless of what actually, again, whether it was a yes or a no, right. No, it might be, but this one's a little different. I did drink the pee, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not pee, it's electrolyte water. I have a random health condition that I need way more salt than the average person, so I don't drink like normal water. Like this does not hydrate me. This is clear water, right? This is IO water. No, what I have a problem with is shaming people on the internet doesn't help. That's what I have a problem with. Another example, for example, yeah, is something else that's happened, is that yesterday there was a new spreadsheet for all the people who bought their Mythic Plus title. Yeah, I need way more salt. But when I say way more salt, I mean an amount that is basically unfathomable to most people. It's okay. A lot of people see me today and they sort of assume, oh, what's up, crazy? Crazy love. What's the best example that you know of crazy love? Actually, I think that Anakin and Padme is not I think it's a great love story, and it saddens me that people are like, oh, but it's Edward and Bella, or it's Jacob, I'm Team Jacob, and it's like, dude, Star Wars is a fucking fantastic love story. Like, that's a real tragedy. I was going to when I gotta find frivolous thing to be upset about. Flex, I agree with you 100%, although, you know, that's a tough conversation to have, though. Yep, I need a salt lick. Correct. I literally have salt pills next to me. Why are people so defensive? I just want to share that the data, if the guy's exposing Talb is flawed. Yeah. So, yeah. What's up, you? One of my problems, Cartman, is that, A, if you're going to call people out on the internet, you better be right. And then, 2, is don't call people out on the internet, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just don't call people out online. I don't like that. I'm a much more believer, like, just handle things privately if it needs to be handled. That was so cute. Hi, Crazy. I don't think I know you personally. Are you a WoW player, Crazy? Wait a second. A flex redeem, Scranton says. All right, bet. Wow. What are you playing? WoW. So you were saying something about spreadsheet. Right. So what happened is the person who called people out for buying their score released a spreadsheet of everybody who bought the score. But they also said in the intro to that they used a script, which means it's not accurate. A good number of people probably bought the title on that list, but not everyone. And I just think I don't like public shaming. I don't think that when you do that, for example, yes, this is Arson in the group. Playing with Arson and Rain, in fact. Oh, shit, let's get Rain in here. I didn't even realize. Yeah, Rain's playing with us. Why don't we get Rain in the stream together? I completely forgot. Hold up. My bad. Almost forgot to collab. Oh, almost forgot to send. My bad. Was distracted. Was he yapping? There you go, Rain. Collab, send Rain. I used to only play on Mal. Yeah, Arson's awesome. We're going to be doing a 22 Halls of Atonement. We just did 23, but we didn't quite go well. But I've been on Sargeras mostly lately. I play from Thailand, but my characters are split between NA realms and OCE realms. What's up, Junk? We could play another time. I'm happy to play with your rogue. I haven't seen a rogue on pre-patch, so I'd love to. Hot takes is someone to sell CE kills. I don't really think it's a big deal. Dude, that's what I was so dark. I released the video yesterday, and I did not mean to be dismissive of anyone who wants to be competitive in WoW. That's not what I meant. However, you know, I really didn't mean to be like that. It kind of came off that way, and it was a relatively controversial video. My bad. I didn't mean for it to be like that. Okay, cool. Rain's here. Let's go. I do live in Thailand, yes. What's up, Yu-Yu? Yu-Yu, could you, if I asked you and I said, hey, can you teach me how to read hieroglyphs? Do you think you'd be able to? Or is it, like, really complicated to learn? Like, even just one hieroglyph. Like one hieroglyph. I am immortal. You can let it go, to be honest. I honestly, you don't even need to do it. The thing with Guardian right now is that I feel literally so immortal that if we miss the Loyal Beast cast, it's no problem. So the issue with buying title is not the buying title thing, in my opinion. I think what the issue is the fact that people care so much. It's weird to me. Because I'm not, by the way, I'm not like against title or anything like that. I actually think title is great for the game. I just think that if it's the only thing that matters, it's problematic. Okay, so I'm going to go over here after this Quake. And then once these guys are low enough, I will Vortex them, Typhoon them. I'm going to go like here, bam. And I'm going to watch my health just a little bit. Cool. I'm going to get this next kick. Slight bit of focus, not too much. Chilling. What's up, G-Dub? So hieroglyphs has a series of signs. G-Dub, have you ever thought about reading hieroglyphs from ancient Egypt? It's such a cool little idea, to be honest. You could learn most of the pre-position. Okay, hieroglyphs has a series of signs and values that are single sound values. I just think that's a randomly cool thing. Yu right above you is an actual Egyptologist. Like, they study the history of Egypt. I think that's randomly so cool. It's okay. If he doesn't jump in, we'll just have to chain him to the rest. The good thing, Mua, is I won't die. Have you seen the new survey? I saw Marcellian's video about it. I watched half of it this morning, and then I had to go. So I didn't get to finish the video, but I did get to see most of his video about the new things that were offered. I have a question, though, and this might be a hot take, but they should not release new specs in World of Warcraft, right? Because he was saying in order to save tanking and healing, they need to send like a bunch of new specs. And I was thinking to myself, God, that sounds terrible. Because if they can't balance the existing game, they should absolutely not bring more into it. My personal opinion. Does that make sense? I feel like that's such a not obvious one, but I think that's very important to know. The current tanks are already hard for them to balance, so if they add another tank, that sounds miserable. Like, that doesn't sound like it's going to be very good, in my opinion. Okay, back to bear form, don't die, perfect. So these Gargans are just raging right now. I am chilling. This is how tanky bear is at the moment. Not a problem. New spec should be adding sparingly. I don't know if they could, man. I don't know if they could. What's up? Buyers are mech and go both ways. Hold up, let me read this whole thing. It may not have artificially inflated the rating, and you would be... I want to say when it comes to buying title and stuff, I see the perspective of all the people who are mad about this. That makes sense. I am not debating whether or not you should just rampantly be buying stuff and be debating and whatever. That's not cool. What I am debating is how can they fix that for Midnight Season 1? Because title is getting more and more competitive and more people want it than before. And it's going to continue to get more negative and more toxic. I think that the drop down part of title and the real problem with it is actually the fact that it creates crazy meta pressure and meta perception, which does affect the rest of the player base. And so it does actually matter that title exists. I don't think they should get rid of it, but I have a solution. You want to hear my solution? I really think this would work. I have a genuine solution for potentially solving the title problem. It's not a full solution, but I think it would help a lot. Do you know what Mythic Plus actually needs? This is a spicy take, but I will tell you my solution. Okay? Mythic Plus needs more stepping stones. There needs to be way more achievements for like 3.1k, 3.2k, 3.3, I think every 100 points of IO should have, excuse me, a little transmog, a little this, a little something attached to it. Because the real problem with keys at the moment is the lack of progression. There is literally no difference if you are a new WoW player between 3k IO and 4k IO. But if you've played WoW for any amount of time, you know that there is a massive difference between those two keys, right? Like, that's crazy. The fact that there's functionally no difference between these things. And I don't think that that is good. I think that you need to manage player expectations. I think that the second that people are just looking at logs for all of their info is problematic, if that makes sense. So I think that they need to add more stepping stones for keys. War Stomp this one. You get an achievement for I don't think that's enough. Why is the Houndmaster all the way out there? Holy shit. Dude, the Houndmaster is so far. Okay, Vortex Typhoon this set right here. Yeah. So my opinion of how they fix this is managing player expectations is the responsibility of a game designer. It's not my responsibility. I don't know how to manage player expectations because I'm not a game designer. I don't have like a full solution, but I think that they need to, in the middle of game, like in the actual game design, they need to encourage or discourage the things that they want players to do or not do. And I think they can do that. Move your meter to current, by the way. Oh, yeah, sorry. I also forgot to reset it, so it's going to be off, I think. I think it'll be quite a bit off. Getting a cool piece of transmog, like even if it was an old colored thing, like it could just be a recolor. I'm not saying it has to be like a crazy piece of transmog or anything like that. Yeah, exactly. And I think that if they made it more exciting, I think the game would be better, not worse. We have no way to get the other Houndmaster in. I don't mind pulling it with this, but the dogs will 100% rage if I do that. Here, let's see if I can get him to jump in. Starfall, boom, and back into bear. My ping is a little high today, but it's not that bad. This is definitely going off. Like that rage back there is probably going off, which is okay for me. I will just live it. Boom, Vortex Typhoon. Holy ping issues. All good. In my opinion, the issue is that Mythic Plus primarily is external motivation, score, mounts, title. So adding more external motivation, I can see that perspective. But what do you think? Why do you think people do raid then, Cartman? What do you think people get out of Mythic Raid? Mythic Raid's hard, man. As a pug, can my tank realistically? Yeah, 100%. 100% DJ. I'm going to make that video soon. I got to make a pug tier list because it is 100% the case that any pug will be able... Any tank can get 3k IO or whatever score you pretty much want. No. Even if the title was removed, people would still compete because ranks in game matter. Like that's 100% people would still do it. But I'm not 1,000% sure that would happen for raid. Because Mythic Plus is super fun and it's 5 people and it's convenient and it's easy and it's accessible. Imagine that with raid. So let me give you an argument here. What if there was no myth track? What if myth track did not exist? Gear. I want you to play more, not just with a cat. Oh, yo, thanks for coming by and saying hi. I really think you're one of the only people who's actually come from Instagram to say hi. And I appreciate you hanging out even though you don't play World of Warcraft, Marcus. I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay, so what if there was no mythic gear, though? Would people still raid? Would they raid for a Hall of Fame? What if there was no Hall of Fame? What if they took Hall of Fame out? How many people do you think would still do it? What is it about raid? Is it the achievement? Is it the rank? Because if it's the rank, then people would do it for Hall of Fame even if there's no gear. The gear would be a means to an end at that point, right? You see where this argument kind of takes you? I just find it to be interesting the more you think about it. I think it's a combination, man. You want to play Resto Shaman? Have a great evening as well, Marcus. You have a good night. Get some rest. I wish I slept better. I think it's the prestige plus the gear. I think it's a combination of the two factors, not one or the other. All right. This route is not the best with these Houndmasters, I will say, without a DK. But it'll work because the boss will spawn, give or take, when that one is dead. Little bit of a time loss here, like tiny bit to be fighting these two packs. Heroic is just too easy. Junk, I don't agree with that. Personally, if you're counting the entire player base for World of Warcraft, Heroic is not too easy. Many guilds will fight for months and months and months to get AOTC. It depends heavily on what your perspective is on the game, but I don't think Heroic is too easy. That's fine. I don't need to worry about this too much. I think I'm going to go set up the boss pull, actually, because I will actually live this no problem. They'll hurt me, but it's not the end of the world. I can bark skin this, and I'm actually going to be okay. Raging Dogs 20, this is how tanky Bear is. I'm going to pull boss now, and we're just going to use this for funnel. Oh, my Lunar Beam went on the boss. Sad. Watch the aggro here. Give me a second if they're coming in. Vortex Typhoon. Nice. Hold up. Gaming. Wait for it. Here. Bam. And good. Cool. Now I move out. Perfect. Big bear. I did have to game that, though. Cool. Just move out a little bit here. Give people space to move around the boss. Nice. Perfect. Nice. I can War Stomp this one. Bam. Give him a second on the stun. Next one I can in-cap roar. Here we go. Yeah, Bear is super strong right now. It literally is immortal. I actually cannot die. I don't think I could die. Even if this was a 25, I would not die right now. Bear feels very solid to play at the moment. Just on heroic raid tuning and mythic raid tuning, I wonder what motivates people. And this is a conversation, by the way. I don't have an answer. I don't have like a strong answer for you. It's an actual question that I'm wondering right now. What motivates people to play World of Warcraft? You're checking out beta? Let me know. Okay, cool. Add me on beta, Healful. I'm not on it right now. The Inceptor should be mythic raid is fun. That's okay. So I agree with you that should be the incentive, UU, but I think in practice, it doesn't necessarily end up like that, you know? Exactly, but that's why we're having a conversation for what it's worth. I play WoW to have fun. M-Tool, agreed. It's actually crazy because people have been asking me a little bit. They're like, why are you doing pre-patch keys? Like, IO doesn't matter. And I'm like, oh, I know. And they're like, so why are you doing it? I'm like, because it's fun. And they're like, fun? What's that? And I'm like, the reason I play games? Why do you play games? And they're like, what do you mean fun? Like, it's just such a foreign concept for WoW players, man. Okay, we're going to go pull these ones for a funnel. Yeah, you know what I mean, though? What's the reason, Hellraiser? What's the reason? I like how I can just soak the beams on Bear. I hear that you can do 13, but you can do everything. No problem. You'll be able to do 15 and stuff. Oh, that's definitely the reason. That makes sense. Yeah. That's why I play WoW. It's all about the Silver Moon City. A lot of my guildies also, when they see me, but yeah, it's just like, because it's fun. It's actually strange to me that that's a thing. Okay, I'm going to back up here. We need Broom to move around, because there's going to be at least one more phase. And I got to hold my Incarn. Okay, move, 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 move. I need a little bit more space on the boss. Please move. Okay, watch out. Hopefully it just keeps going this way. I'm going to off heal if need be. I have off healing for a little bit longer. So I'm just going to look if anybody needs it, but we got lucky with that movement because I didn't move the boss very well there. Not a perfect strat here. Locking in for just a second. We're going to move over here. I don't think we'll get another phase, but I should move in case we do. Yeah, don't worry about that. If you just want to do like 15s and stuff next season, absolutely anything will work. I'm curious what the thing will go up to, because title was really high this season. This current season, title is like super, super high. I think this is the highest title I've ever seen Borderline. Pretty much, like in recent WoW history. Was it 22s? It wasn't 22s. It was all 20s and some 21s. It was like 3,900 for NA and slightly more for EU. This is going to be a rough chain here. We're going to have to make this work. I can Vortex, Typhoon, just give them a little bit of extra leeway, and then In-Cap Roar and War Stomp, just to prevent some of the bleed applications here. I'm going to trust my healer. Hopefully he has something like a Spirit Link or something. I'm going to give this shield to myself. I'm immortal against all of these very mortal strikes. Here we go. Cartman, though, it is interesting to me. WoW is a game of such magic and passion, but you're also right, what you were saying earlier, because even somebody like Max is pretty open and honest about the fact that he doesn't play WoW outside of the race. And I just respect honesty. But, like, this is his source of income, so he does this. I don't know if he has another source of income. But there is certainly a lot of dispassion in the WoW community. And I do think that hurts it a little bit. I think it's a little sad, but I understand it. You know, if this is your source of income and then you lose passion for it, I suppose you have to do it. Personally, if I ever was at the point where I was losing passion for the game, I would just straight up play something else. Like, I would find a way to get passionate again. Do you know what I mean? Like, because what I would do is I would start playing alts or something. But, like, I definitely wouldn't force myself to play. It is, in fact, for fun, as M said earlier. Like, M Tool said earlier, like, it is... You play for fun. Like, why else would you play WoW? I can in-cap that, but I can't do much else. I can wild charge that one. Watch this. No. I can't wild charge it. It's too close. All right. That is percentage right there. This is percentage, yeah. Oh, go. Is it go? Is it go? I don't have the weak aura. Is it go? It's not go. I don't know if it was go or not. Fuck. No weak aura. We have to wait now. Bad Pat. It's okay. Our timer's fine. Why does it look like we don't have percentage, by the way? How come it seems like 82%? I think we would have been able to, Small. There's no weak aura to tell me. Is Guardian going to be pretty good at Midnight? Oh, yeah. Guardian will be fine in Midnight. Whether or not it's going to be meta, I don't know. We have count. Yeah, I was about to say. My add-on's a little weird, though. Timer is tight. It's going to be okay. It just depends how long the boss takes. Boss kill time will determine it. Our single target is not as high as our AoE in this comp. Okay, Bark Skin early and often, right before this boss actually pulls because he smacks. Yep. What's up, GFO? How's that going, GFO? I started editing that video, spent 5 minutes editing it, and then was like, I am so bored right now, and then stopped editing it. No, I think our timer is okay. It wouldn't be if it was a 23. If it was a 23, we would definitely be lacking on the prio damage. Roar. But we've had no deaths. This is a clean run. I think my route could be slightly faster, though. No healing reduction could be rough. Yeah, the mini will take a while. The mini will take a while for sure. Do you think we kill the ads, Mua, or do you think we still try to burst? That's a good point. It's a good point. I don't think we have a healing reduction properly. Let me single target Feral Frenzy. Boom. And here. Get out of the circle. Nice. Does he have a defensive? He's a plan. What's up, Drift? Hi there. Hi, Silex. We're owning. We're owning. We're going to go 3, 2, 1. Kick this. Boom. Vortex in. When they get a little bit closer, I can Typhoon them all together. Beautiful. Sigil of Chains from the Guardian Druid coming out like this. And then no need to do anything else. I can off heal if need be. There's just that one guy left. Gonna get out of the circle. Bring it in. Bring it in. Beautiful. Excellent Guardian Druid plays right there. Back in my day, Mangle was a healing reduction. That's actually true. It was, wasn't it, Darge? That's actually a good point. This boss is dying pretty fast, though. We have good damage on this boss, luckily. And that is the only thing that matters. I think you kill this boss with enough time left, and you'll be okay. Shouldn't be that bad. Should be A-okay once we do this here. So I'm going to in-cap that. I'm going to War Stomp the next set of casts. I'm going to try to get this guy in. We have to kill those faster, a little bit faster, a little bit faster. Lunar Beam at the target. Watch the off healing. Heal my mage up just to help my healer a little bit. He should be okay. It increases bleed damage taken. That's a long time ago. I'm going to hold my Incarn now because I will need it for next pull. I think we're going to go other side. Just give a little bit more room even though we're all range. I just want to kind of come over here now. I guess this is more of a melee thing, but we don't have melee. The tank tier list is updated, and I stand by those takes. The Brewmaster and the Blood DK are more interesting than anything else. All those guys respawn. This last hit is going to be kind of hard here. Because we didn't quite... We killed them a little bit off time here. Okay, watch the mage. Watch the mage. Watch the mage. I can Vortex Typhoon these guys right here. But I won't be able to get all of them. So I'm just going to help off-heal my team if absolutely need be. Here we go. No tuning for tanks today either. Okay. I think that Blizzard tunes for Raid, unfortunately, though. And Ironfur still be built for Raid. Let me answer it like this. Okay, if you're talking about for Raid, then I really need to clarify my answer, Lord. Is Ironfur spam available for Raid is a take. If you are okay with being the type of Raid tank who is just living and doing no damage, absolutely. But for Raid in particular, would be tough to argue that you could Ironfur spam. No, our timer is absolutely giga right now. You only need like 11, 10 minutes here. But to be fair, mini-boss will take a while. I'm going to tank these guys, no problem. Even though they're raging with the Mortal Strike. Easy, Bear's immortal. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. It just depends how fast we kill the next boss. Let me focus for a little bit, though. No. Ironfur for single target raid. It depends. Perspective. Are you okay with doing no damage as a raid tank? Like, you might even have some threat issues, and you'll have to get your taunts really good. That's the question to ask yourself here, because is it possible to play? Yes. But will it be effective? I would say no for raid, to be honest. Does that answer your question, Lod? I don't think you can Ironfur spam between raid. You would probably have to learn at least Maul, if nothing else. But it depends. Like, a lot of raid tanks are, in fact, okay with just playing that way. And, like, they don't really care about their parses at all, and that's absolutely fine. So it depends a little bit on your answer. Get these up. We don't have a DK. Get them up, get them up, get them up. I can't pull balls just yet. Get him in, get him in. We need a kick. I'm only going to kick this guy. There you go, perfect. In cap, Vortex Typhoon them in the center. Did my Typhoon hit the top? Oh, it does that sometimes. Okay. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to watch the kick on the boss. I won't die even if that Anima Bolt goes off with stacks. I've always played Prop Warrior Blood. I want to play something different. Raid tanking as a druid is very different than key tanking as a druid. They're just fundamentally different play styles. Raid tanking often involves like shifting more often, although that's kind of dead right now. So it depends a little bit. But that depends. What's up, Storm? Storm, I actually saw you list a key earlier. I almost came, except that I had a full group with me. So your group was almost full. I was about to come play with you because I saw you in queue earlier. What's up, Storm? Whoops. I got you. I got you. Easy res here. 1 death in this run. We're trying a 22 Halls of Atonement, so it'll be kind of tight. I think our timer's okay, but it kind of depends. It's just a DPS race now. I go kick that one. You timed a 19 tonight? Congratulations. Very cool. I think that was the key that I saw you list. Very nice, very nice. We're locked in. Storm, are you excited for midnight? General question, general question. Are you excited for midnight? Your armor is almost broken. I do notice that, yeah. That would be a shame if it broke right in the middle of this key. I actually think I have repair in my bags. Yeah, I do. Easy repair mid-key. Hold up, I got no add-ons. Wait. Perfect. Easy repair mid-key. No problem. I don't want to go to sleep. I just got done playing a chapter of a scary game, and now I'm afraid. Dude, that's why you don't play scary games. You know I don't understand horror, right, Darge? I will never understand horror. If I wanted to be scared, I would just go outside. Like, if I wanted to be terrified, no, you don't have to. If you want to be scared, just literally try to live like a normal, functioning human adult. That's scary. That's scary. You got to pay rent and bills and stuff. You have Collector's Edition, didn't have any beta access. You have Collector's Edition, but no, wait, what? How does that work? Keep in mind that my build, especially if I hold Incarn for mini boss burn. I don't know if I hold Incarn here, though. We're at 7 minutes and 40. You would think that this would be fine, but I think that whoever mentioned that we don't have a healing reduction earlier is correct. That is kind of a scam that you can get Collector's Edition, but not actually get the full. You know, wait, what? That sounds like a scam to me. Hold up, what's up, Magnus? I've been following you for very long. I'd like to know your opinion about solo players like me. Yeah, what's up? Right now with work, I can't join raid or progression guilds. I can only cap keys 10 to 15 raid with pugs. What would you recommend? Well, first of all, they've done a pretty good job making it so that you don't have to raid anymore. Like, you see me, MX Drift, yeah? I'm a pretty serious WoW player. Like, maybe I don't have to push score as high as I can, but the idea is, like, I play WoW dozens of hours a week. Yeah? Like, I'm not exactly a casual. This is what I do, like, every day. And I am telling you that if I don't want to, I will find a way to push keys and not raid at all. You don't have to raid. Raid is a little bit more of a choice than it used to be. And I'm pretty happy with that for what it's worth. Okay? I think you can lust this ad, and I think we're just going to have to. I don't think so. I think that the last boss won't take very long. We're going to use this for funnel. Right? If we lust this and we basically go big burn here, it's all going to be dependent on this damage. Depends how quickly this mini boss dies. I think if you have to do every ad phase, we might be just behind. Holy lag on my game. And also, nobody can die here. No, my game is disconnecting. Uh-oh. Look at my screen. Uh-oh, I can't help my team. No, bad time to have a lag spike. No, not at the end of a key. I don't think I'll die, but I can't do anything. I don't know if... Hold on, wait. The last boss will be kind of hard. We're doing some big damage here, but it's not quite enough. Well, we can funnel with the ads. We're going to bring this guy... Actually, we're going to try to bring him back now, I think. We're going to have to do... We got this. Our timer's fine. Our timer's absolutely fine. I'm going to bring him back a little. I'm going to try to get aggro. Holy lag. Uh-oh. No. My game is actually broken. We're going to have to just kind of kill these ads here. I think we're okay. Our timer's okay, but my game is fritzing out. Holy. Can you see how my... I can do this. I'm not going to die, but the question is... I can't even tell when he's dead. Look at my game. No, it's a really bad time for this to happen. Okay, he's only going to get a little bit more of a heal. Holy, I am lagging so bad. I'm at like 3,000 ping. But I can still tank this. But never say never. Never say never. I can still tank this. I can't get this kick or anything. Oh my god. No, it's okay. It's mostly the fact that I live in Thailand. Holy, go. Where our timer is fine. 1k ping. I will try. I got this. I can do it. I'm at 1,000 ping right now. It's okay. I just need to taunt this boss. If I don't lose aggro, I won't die. I can't shapeshift, though. I'm going to have to trust my team for damage. I cannot shapeshift. If I shift and I can't get back into bear, I'm dead. If I don't DC, we can do this. Even if I DC, I might be able to do this. Hold up. Wait. Yeah. It's just Thailand ping. This happens sometimes. My exit lag should prevent it, but it doesn't. Okay, so I'm going to back up pre this mechanic. I think I can do this. Holy... No, I can do this. I just won't shift. I won't shift. Yeah. I'm always at like 200 ping, but keep in mind that right now, look at my ping. 878. 878 ping. Hold up. I can still hit globals. I'm probably going to get hit by the circle, but I just pre-defensive. Did I dodge? It looks like a little smoother now. Is it going down? I got this. I think I'm just going to get hit by all the mechanics, probably. Yeah, like, I probably got hit by that there. I can do this. I just have to back up here because all the statues are going in now. My tank damage doesn't matter. We time this right now 100%. I just have to back. See how I'm pre-backed up because I know I'm going to get hit by those statues? And that's a problem. Here we go. I got this. Yeah, we can do it. I'm not concerned. I just get in the middle. I soak as much as I can. I'm not even going to try to off-heal or shapeshift. I'm just going to let my team carry me. I have to trust my team, though, because I'm going to run out early. Holy, though. Yeah, so basically, that's my ping every day, Vantress, because the boss, oh my god, the game. No, the game. Don't DC. Don't DC. I can't move the boss otherwise. Just don't DC. I'm at 942. 942. Look at the boss. Holy fuck. I'm doing this. I got this. Oh my god, look at the mechanic. Look how delayed. It's like several seconds. No. Don't DC. I think we could do this. I got this. This is... No. No, it's not over. It's not over yet. We win. If I was any other tank right now, we're probably super dead. But Guardian, technically speaking, if my abilities are still going off, then I will... we win. No, I'm gonna back up. I just don't get hit by these. I think I'm in the right spot. I come here. Bet. I just can't shapeshift, so I can't do min-max my own damage here. Doesn't matter. We definitely win right now. Read my ping for me. Can you see what that number is? Can you see that in the bottom right? Okay, let me back up out of this mechanic, because the mechanic's going to happen now. Hold up. I'm going to roar, maybe? The global does go off. Wait, read what it is. Oh, I'm definitely getting hit by this one. Okay, it's okay. I have a plan. God, this was pretty miserable for me, but I think we win right now. I SI. 982nd. 986. Yup. That's okay. I'm not dead. We did it. Whoo. Hey, if my abilities are still casting, I can live. As long as... Yep. The highest I've ever had was when I went to Lao, and I was at 21,000 ping. That was unplayable. Easy key. Yo. What's the 991 ping? Easy clap. Look at my screen. every boss ability was like 2-second delay. Oh, that key feels victorious. Yo. Okay, so why don't we solve this, huh? 985, huh? Ah, man. Why don't we see if we can fix that? What an exciting finish to that key. Okay, max passion. 1009. We've officially crossed 1000. I am at 1009 ping right now. Oh, man. That was a fun photo finish. Okay, so what I have to do is go to my exit lag and just make sure that somehow... I'm going to reset the exit lag, okay? What server are you attached to? It's NA. King. Wait, did I? Wait, did I pay my internet bill? Oh, fuck. Did I? No. I paid it. All good. No, I paid it. This is Blizz. This is Blizz. It's not. I paid my internet. Yeah. Well, one time about a month ago, small, I was streaming on beta and I was just like, man, my ping is so bad today. Like my internet just feels rough. And then it turns out I didn't pay my internet bill. and they do the thing. You know they do the thing. If you're like a day or two late to pay it, they don't disconnect you, but they definitely make it slower. You know as well as I do that they do that. Everyone knows it. 100% they do. They basically just start reducing your internet just a little bit. Yep. There's no doubt about that. They 100% do this. Yo, what's up, Nugsies? Oh, we just timed 22 hauls. Let me try to fix my ping. It's going back down now. Let me try to fix. Glad I got to radio. I've been gone for a while, getting back into it. I got stuck flying. The game is so broken. To be fair, Storm, I'm kind of a big believer that it's fun to play WoW when the game is broken. I actually think that it's genuinely can be very fun to play WoW at that time. That's not necessarily a bad thing that the game feels so broken right now. Okay. It's going back down. No. It's coming down. It's just a server thing. Sometimes I feel like they push an update and my ping just absolutely breaks. Okay. So what key did I get from that? 23 Dawnbreaker. Interesting. 23 Dawn from that. Arson, did you reroll? We need Aura real bad. A breath of fresh air to see broken parts of the game. Do you remember way back when you could go under Orgrimmar, for example? God Gambit. Yeah. I like the Relax Mythic Plus. Yeah, you remember when you could break the game? That was actually kind of fun. And those are like treasured memories for WoW. So I like that, by the way. Main is 24 Gambit. I have 23 Floodgate. We did 22 Flood yesterday. We did 22 Flood yesterday. We did do that. Kick off a shared hype train. Hey, Rain got a hype train. Nice. I was so mad when they fixed wall jumping. It was an interesting mechanic, to say the least. Okay, let me just give the server a second. Just give like 5 minutes or so to see if ping calms down. I actually wouldn't be able to do an entire key like that. It just so happens the end of that last key. It's coming back down. 364 now. My globals are actually going off. You know what I should be doing more throughout stream, to be honest? I feel like I need to get much better at this. Goddamn. I need to, like, move a bit more throughout stream. Because sometimes I'm sitting here and I get so locked into the game, I just need to, just stretch my neck at the very least. Or just, like, move. Just, like, move the shoulders a little bit. Just something. It's like, you don't have to stand up and do a whole workout, but I feel like I need to be better about stretching. And seeing the pentagram and candles under there. I miss when the game was designed like that, King. You know what I did the other day? I toured people's houses. I spent like an hour just touring people's houses. And I had such a good time. And I forgot a little bit that that's what WoW used to be. For a long time, WoW was just this wonderfully social game. And then everything else was secondary. Like raiding and doing next Ramus, that was secondary. That wasn't the goal. It was actually a minor thing about WoW. You know, I don't play the game like that, but I really think I almost miss when the game was designed in that way. Do you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? I just miss it. I think that WoW was almost a better game back in the day. Okay, so to give my ping a second, let me just be right back. I'm going to go grab a quick snack now, and then I'll be back in a second. Let me just run this real fast. When I come back, there's no ads. And then after this, we either try like a very high key or something. Unsure. Stealth run, heroic dungeons. Back in the day, all druid and rogue. There were just so many little things. The game wasn't balanced, and I don't know if it would live in today's atmosphere, King. But there's something special about classic, you know. Okay, I will break, and I think King is good now. Down for or whatever. Cool. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Question for the team. Here's my question, okay? Listen. Okay? Listen. Do you think I should get ice cream today? Because I'm not allowed to, I'm not allowed to have cheesecake today. I've been eating too much cheesecake, and apparently I'm not allowed to have cheesecake today, so now I'm like, should I just get ice cream instead? I feel like I haven't had ice cream in a while. But then I think if I'm going to get ice cream, the problem is now I need to decide what ice cream to get. I have two options, basically. There's cheap ice cream, okay? And then there's expensive ice cream. Now, my stomach's a bit sensitive recently, so I'm not allowed to have fiber. So I would have to get like a vanilla or like a matcha or whatever. Why just not to have dairy? Well, I mean, I really like dairy, Spavio. Like, I drink like 2 liters of whole milk a day. I literally do just drink whole milk from the thing. Hi, Jigil. Hi, Papa. Spavio, you might not know this about me. I'm a big dairy enjoyer. I like cow. Let me ask you a question. Do you think anyone who plays this race of druid doesn't love cows? I like all parts of the cow. This should answer your question right there, right? Fair point. Thank you. I would buy nice cheese as well if I could, but I'm not really. Cheese is so expensive in Thailand. Just because it's very imported. All things are imported here. Okay, what are we doing? We decide? Do we want to try 23 Dawn, or what's the plan? 21 Dawn, we had like minutes on the timer. 23, I think, starts to get a little harder here. Passionate Keys. Can do Passionate Keys. My leg enchant says 61 primary stat, but I don't know if it has changed or not. I can do whatever. Okay. What key you got, small? Just for reference sake, what keys do we have? I can't check anymore with /keys. 22 streets. We did that already. Wait. No, we didn't do 22 streets. I think Arson and I only have 20 streets. 20 streets. 22 would be easy clap if you want. I think Rain already has, though. Or something. I think Rain already has like a 23 or 24 streets. We could do streets real fast. You want to do that? Arson, do you need streets? Okay. Real quick, let's do that. What's up, Zoli? Streets is your lowest? Oh, let's do it. I really desperately need an Arakara. The Arakara, for some reason, is eluding me. If we get an Aura, that's what Arson and I need. If we get an Aura, that's the one. Hey, Zoli. Okay, general question. For anyone, if you haven't played beta, based on the news that you have heard, Vantress, Spaviel, King, Zoli, Papa, question. Do you want to play Midnight? Are you excited? I just want to know, do you feel le passion? Are you, like, pumped? Are you like, man, Midnight's coming, I can't wait? Hell yeah? Okay. But I really want to know this from people. You're liking it so far. I love the beta. Excellent. I really wonder if you, based on what you've seen online, do you think other people feel that way? What has happened to keys here in pre-patch? Before a season, I reached Brazil 14. I saw my cap at the moment. Now you have 2 for... Oh, interesting. Sometimes they change timers with keys, and that kind of ends up happening. I agree with your tank video that you made. I haven't actually made a lot of tank videos, but in general, the tanking and healing changes, there are some things that would be hard for them to do and we're not going to get. Like, for example, God, they really, 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 really need to make some sort of in-game tanking tutorial. You know what I mean? In-game said this about Midnight. Why am I waiting every week for some good changes and balance on beta? I legit think people who are doing all those changes have no idea, but every change is making it worse. Sam, what do you think about that? What's your opinion on what that? You were talking about training grounds to teach. Right. I think that that is like a necessity to solve tanking, but they're not going to do that. What's up, Him? Is it every day around the same time? Yeah, give or take. It's something around 1 p.m. my time, like 12:30, 1 p.m. or something like that. Zoli says, hesitant. Raided with my guild yesterday. Have a working UI setup, but not sure I'll be good enough for Mythic Plus. You absolutely, by the time midnight comes out, okay? Sam, I kind of agree. The beta notes have been really weird. Who work at something are absolutely clueless. Oh, Carmen, I am an optimist, and I can say... Let me give you both the positives and the negatives. In my video yesterday, I don't think I did enough of that because both sides of this argument exist. There are some very simple but egregious bugs that are absolutely sending beta balance into the oblivion nether realm. They haven't addressed or fixed them, and that's weird. That's not good. Okay? So I am personally of the opinion that if you're a tank player on beta, man, has tuning just felt terrible. And every week there are no tank updates, which is super weird. So I kind of agree that it seems like they're relatively clueless about tanking on the beta. Not clueless. See, I wouldn't use that language. I wouldn't use clueless because I don't like flaming people for no reason. I think they're overworked and understaffed, but certainly it feels a bit disconnected. The Holy Paladin changes were weird because Holy Paladins were asking for Crusader Strike back, but then they fundamentally changed some of the other things, which I was reading, and I was like, how is this going to play? Are you going to be the new tank? Oh, I don't know about that, Papa. Quasi had such history. I have only been making stuff for about a year now. I don't do UI stuff like he did. I won't attempt to be the new Quasi or anything. The Holy Paladin changes are really weird. Like, they were like, okay, guys, we'll give you this back. But then they changed everything else, and it was like, wait a second, that's not what people were asking for. And the Resto Shaman changes were similar. I don't know. It feels a little disconnected, especially this last set of notes. It's like they're doing things a little bit at a time, and they probably have some grand vision, but I am not 100% sure about that. I am going to make dungeon guides. I already know what I'm going to do for that. Oh, yeah. But, okay, can I ask you a question? Because I am going to make dungeon guides 100%. I got you on the tanking stuff. Trust me, I have 2 ideas. I don't want to spoil them because I don't want to make dungeon guides too early. I feel like end of February, early March is a good time to make the dungeon guides, in my opinion, okay? But out of curiosity... would you rather watch a 5-minute guide that teaches you everything you need to know to understand the dungeon? Or would you rather watch a 1-hour in-depth breakdown that goes over literally everything? Or both? Yeah. Both? This is a genuine question. What would you rather watch? What's up, official? Hi. All right, let's do it. Do I have the right weapon equipped this time? Yes. Okay, good. We will play the same build here. I'm not worried about living. I wish I could just grab... It's almost like it's worth grabbing this, but not quite here, though. Both so you get everything. Exactly. I didn't really use Quasi for UI as my own setup that I really like. That I can do. Well, whose podcast was you on Mad Schools? Oh, Brutal's podcast. The podcast was here. I think I have it linked if you want to watch a podcast. Then again, I am German, so that's in your nature. Also, hi, Coffee Plus. I have many long commutes in the morning, so long videos would be great for that. Okay. I am also a short version type person. Make sure you have them, having in mind that viewers are... Spaviel, I'm a big believer that if I make content, sometimes I like going in depth. Like, if I'm a passionate Guardian Druid, right? So I can talk for 30 minutes about the Guardian Druid changes. I can do that. But for what it's worth, I think that it's better to talk for 5 minutes and make it simple. Because I want it to help people. Okay, let's go. Let's roll. Count down 15. Like, just look how different polls and comps are between mid keys and high keys. Right. I would like 2 guides, like boss guides, and just trash deadly. Okay. No one makes trash guides like that. That was one of the things that I was thinking of Pally Plus. I don't want to spoil it because I honestly feel like the way I have it in my head right now, I know exactly what needs to be done to help people, but I kind of don't want to spoil it. So you're going to have to wait a little bit. All I know is, yeah, I think that's what I was thinking, actually. I was thinking, why don't I just do both? I thought about that, actually. Well, yeah, yeah, I was like, why not both, actually, though? Yeah, I could see myself doing that. But the main thing for me is just, if I make something, I think about who am I making it for and what is my goal here. So, for example, recently I made a how to play prop pally, how to get into the tank. Originally, the first few minutes of that guide are covering things that if you are already playing prop pally, you're like, of course I know this. But I don't think that it's well understood. So I think about that a lot, of who am I making this for? Holy ping issues. 280 right now? 280 is doable. I can do it. Guardian, big tank, big tank, big tank. But does that make sense? Like, I think about that a lot in terms of just how can I make the thing that will help the most people. Okay, both first bolts are on me. Both first debuffs are on me. Nice. Go kick this here. Where's the beam splicer? It's right there. Devalin Gaming is doing it. I actually didn't know of Devalin until he was on Brutal's podcast recently, because that was the podcast that I was on, and I was like, oh, look, who is this guy? I hadn't actually heard of him, believe it or not. He's doing it with a single button rotation. He just use a quick gun. At the same time, he makes an in-depth of 2 hours. I have not seen his 2-hour ones. I just saw his interesting single button stuff, though. Yeah. I hope, all I can say is that my main goal for tanking and like making tank content in World of Warcraft is this. People are so stressed to tank. It's actually unbelievable. Do you know what I mean by this? So one thing I've noticed is that when I talk about tanking, people are like, oh, no, I won't do that. And I say, oh, why? Like, what's your hesitancy? And they're like, well, I don't want to let my team down. And it's like, I don't want to do the homework, or I don't have time to do the homework to tank. And I'm like, okay, I hear your perspective, but like, it's a game. Like, you should be able to just have fun with it, right? Zoli, I've been playing Guardian for a long time. I am doing every key today with no cooldown manager whatsoever. I am not tracking it. I have in my head right now what my uptime is on stuff. My ping is kind of high, so I'm playing a little safer, but I have no way to track like my in-card, my bark skin, my nothing. It doesn't feel necessary. Yo, Streets is... We're either doing so much damage right now, or Streets is just super nerfed. Okay, let's grab these two first. After this pulse goes out. Let the group heal for a second, and then grab this for boss. We have Perma Funnel. I used to main tank forever until Mythic Plus came out. Then I hung it up because the timer ticking and getting trash count such was just too much to keep track of. Tank anxiety is a very real thing. I noticed this the more that I actually started making content, because keep in mind, my YouTube channel is like a year old. I started it just last year, basically, the beginning of last year. And so when I first started making videos, I made certain assumptions, and I was wrong. Just straight up, there's no other way to say it. I was wrong. I thought to myself, well, what I want to do is I'm a Giga, Mythic Pluser, and I want to give tips for how to do this and how to heal this, because keep in mind, I was playing Preservation Evoker, actually, when I originally started for that season, and I thought I want to help people like min-max, and I want to show off cool routing stuff or whatever. It turns out that that's not necessarily what people need, and I had a different idea at the end of the day, and I said, okay. The more I made videos, the more I realized that people were just scared of tanking. And I was like, scared of tanking? But that's so weird to me. I'm not scared of tanking. Let's say that I do this entire key and I'm the one that makes a mistake halfway through and we wipe. That's okay. Like, that doesn't mean that I'm a bad tank. It just means I made a mistake. But I have that mentality. I have noticed that a lot of tanks don't think like that. That you're going to, I will think about it. Like, if, for example, yesterday I did a priory. I hadn't done a priory in a while. It was a higher priory. We were just off time anyways in the 22. But, I was 99.5% at the end. And I was like, bro, what did I miss that was 0.5%? Somehow I missed something. And I was like, what was it? And I've been thinking about that for the last 24 hours. When my head hits the pillow at night, I'm like, you can't sleep peacefully. You messed up the route today in that priory. And I'm like, what? I did? And I'm like, yeah, you're not deserving of happiness. And I'm like, holy. Like, you know what I mean? Boss is AFK, do trash. Oh, he is AFK. Yeah, you're right, my bad. This boss actually died real fast. Did he actually just bug out right now, though? I kind of figured it out after the key. Wait, he is actually AFK. Wait, how did the boss just bug out? Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention, my bad. Okay, so here we're just going to make sure that I don't die to this auto attack. Double proxy strike right here. 1 frenzied regen 2. He does do that, apparently. But yeah, so does that make sense from my perspective of just... You can't play the game in a permanently stressed state because it's a game and that's not fun. So I think that it's... My thought process is how can I help people just get better? Oh, I'm bugged out. Holy. Damn, my ping is not doing good today, guys. It's not doing good. I'm gonna do my best. Uh-oh. Holy. You look at my screen right now. We're saying I start making those small guides first and highlights. I think that would help a lot. Uh-oh. It's not looking good. We're shooting back up to 1,000 ping. Okay, hold up. We at 1,000 ping again. Cool. 1K ping again. I'm not going to die, but I can't really cast anything right now. So if I shift into travel form, this is how long it will take my character to go into travel form. Technically, that global does go off. So if I shift back into bear form, let's see if we can do this. Just know that I'm going to get hit by everything. I just have to make a plan knowing I'm going to get hit by everything and do effectively no damage. But we're in this key, and I don't think it's resilient. So we're going to have to make... Oh, no, I'm just completely DC'd now. All right. Unfortunate. Yep. Wait. Am I alive? I don't think so. That seems unlikely. And the responsibility, choose the routes, and ended up loving the play. You know, overall, I think that tanking is super fun. My goal would be to help other people find tanking fun and to feel more comfortable with the role. Oh, wait, I'm alive. Oh, I'm very alive right now. Oh, but my ping is terrible. Hold up. I'm back. Oh, wait, no. Am I alive? Did I get back? Am I alive right now? Oh, my game is catching up. Wait a second. I'm not dead. Dude, if we time this key, that would be insane. I think... Oh, I'm still... Oh, I'm at 7,917 ping. Oh, that's easy. Look at my ping. Can you guys read that for me? That's easy. Can you guys read that for me? 4,086? That's no problem. That's so easy. I'm not worried at all. My character's still moving, so... I mean, I'm technically playing the game. I'm technically not losing right now. Hold up. I'm only at 4,086 world ping. That's nothing. Oh, no, 2,800. It's only varying by 5,000 depending on the second that I'm playing the game. 2,800. Here we go. Let's time the streets. If I was on any other tank right now, we would be so giga dead. This is pretty funny. I'm technically able to cast globals, so the ping is clearly going down, not up. Like, that Moonfire is going off. I can hit the Thrash. Okay. I actually don't think this is GG's yet. I don't think so. I think we're okay. I'm not going to be able to dodge very well on this boss. That gives me a bit of pause, perhaps. Okay. 2,170 ping. My game is so laggy right now that somehow it doesn't even feel laggy. I'm doing it. All I can tell you right now is I'm definitely taking this tank buster to the face. I'm gonna live. I have bark skin up. And I don't think I'm gonna shift very much. I can... How am I gonna dodge this mechanic? I have to dodge this. This actually hurts tanks too. Okay, if I'm here and then I immediately start running... Did I dodge it? Nice, okay. Nice, good. I'm probably gonna soak this one with just Incarn. Alright, easy. I think... I wouldn't say we're not timing this right now. It's just requiring me to lock in slightly more than previously anticipated, though. Oh, use exit lag? I am using exit lag right now. It's just server stuff. Yeah. Also, hi. Okay, wait, I'm getting hit by this 100%. That's okay. I'm just tanky, tank. The funny thing is, I am playing into the future. I'm basically playing off of prediction right now. The reason... So what you learn to do when you do play with higher ping is you just get really, really good at predicting. Where you don't actually respond to what's happening. I just know that the mechanic is happening in a few seconds. So I'm going to hit Barkskin. Like, I basically... Like, I don't plan to do the mechanic. I plan somehow to make a goal for it, if that makes sense. Okay, so we can get out of this with Roar. There's going to be another one here and an overlap, so we're going to have to be a little careful of that. I want to keep them kind of stacked. These orbs are going to be the hardest thing for me to dodge now. So the next one I SI. Like the flagellation protocol that's happening in a second from now, right here, I just SI. And then I know I'll be okay. Keep him a little bit away from the body. I'll even be able to cat form and do this here. I think my ping's going down. Yeah, only 1,000 right now. Holy. It was actually... Yeah. It was Zorthus who said at one point when he was playing Season 1 of The War Within, and he was an OCE player playing on NA, he was like, there are certain mechanics that just get me. And he's like, my team knows it too. And I was like, you know what? I respect that, because that I know exactly what mechanics. It was basically City of Threads being the absolute main thing that he was talking about. There was a... You remember the mini-boss after City of Threads? If you played with high ping, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It was after the first boss, you would go fight that little bridge guy, and he would do the circles, and you had to dodge the circles. Impossible to dodge on high ping. The only way to do it would be to pre-run your character before the mechanic comes out, because you can't respond in time. They were too quick. So the way you would do it is you knew the mechanic was happening. Whoops. And then you would start running before the thing actually went off. Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting hit by all those. As long as my globals are casting, I will be able to live as a Guardian Druid. If I was playing a different Guardian Druid build, though, there would be no way. Our timer's fine. 22 minutes is excellent. We're not in a rush. Breath, beautiful job, Small. Yeah, it's okay. What is your ping, by the way, playing from Malaysia? My ping is normally around 200, so I'm kind of used to high ping, but not this. The home ping is stable. World ping is 890. Yeah, I saw all your deep breaths have been actually on point this key. Good job. A lot of dragons don't actually save breath, and they just sort of send it. Okay, we're fighting the mini-boss. Let me get aggro. Okay, I can't get hit by these orbs. I'm going to have to massively pre-move this. It won't be perfect positioning, but that's okay. Doesn't need to be perfect. We can vortex this all together right here. Oops. Okay, watch the kick. If I lock in, though, and don't read your chat, that's because I am playing with pretty high ping, and I think we can time this right now. Holy... I didn't even see that mechanic happen. That's okay. I got this. I can do it. It's about 100. That's pretty good. The lowest I can get to OCE is about 115. But I do... When I go to sleep at night, sometimes my, kitty will turn over and she'll be like, why are you crying? And it's like, I was just imagining what it would be like to play with double-digit ping. Like, that's all I wanted. I would be so curious to know what gameplay looks like with single-digit or double-digit ping. People probably think I'm like thinking about like girls with really big butts and big boobs or something like that, but it's actually no. I'm just thinking and dreaming and wondering what would it be like to play with single or double digit ping. That's all I want to know. You can, I think, walk past this without that pulling. Hi, Kabizzle. Here we go. I live less than 100 miles and you still don't have... My old guild lead, who is actually kind of like a fun dude, he streams and stuff. He, kind of a fun dude. He is a fun dude. It's Trip. He played with single... He actually took a screenshot once because I didn't believe him. He has literally one ping because he actually lives next to the servers in Sydney. He did. I don't know if he moved recently, but he literally plays with a single digit ping, and I was like, what is this like? Unbelievable. What's up, Quizzle? I am currently doing this key. My ping has stabilized now, by the way. So we're all good. I made it through somehow. I DC'd in the middle of this key, and the reason is... yeah, he actually is single digit. I don't know what that's like still. Did we lust this? Why don't we just go mailroom then? Why don't we go mailroom if we lusted? I guess we still would rather lust this than last boss, yeah? We can do this RP then. I don't really mind. I started doing heroic dungeons today. Nice. Yeah, you can, Quizzle. Quizzle, you're going to find that the beginning of Mythic Plus is kind of like the beginning of Fellowship, where, in other words, it's very easy. You're not going to struggle with it nearly as much as you think. Like, the second you get into it, you're going to be like, okay, I'm excited to start my +5 or whatever, and you'll realize the +2 and the +5 is no problem. Oh, congratulations, Kabizzle. Nice. Kabizzle, when I started streaming, I didn't know anyone. I literally just decided to turn it on one day. I had no context, no nothing. It helps so much that you have been in people's streams before and people know of you. Because if you told me you started streaming, I'd be like, oh, yo, like, I'll come say hi, right? Okay, we'll just go ahead and pick this up now. I will Bark Skin and Lunar Beam this. I don't think I want to try tanking 3 strong arms with this ping, so why don't we just be a little bit more careful? I'll grab aggro here, though. I was going to say, someone told me I should be around 115 to start. I don't think it matters. I've done a lot of keys with low item level, but also recently gearing was changed with the pre-patch, so I actually don't physically know what that item level is. I have no idea. Okay, so my plan here is I'm going to pre-pop this. I'm going to send this here. I'm going to immediately SI because this can clap me like right on pole. And then I'm going to watch aggro with the Incarn and Lunar Beam. Okay, this should be okay. This should be okay. Perfect. 115 is post. I don't know what that would be equivalent to pre-post stat squish, though, is the problem. Arcey's super easy with pre-launch. They're easier, but apparently not like super crazy, though. I stream? Oh, yeah, I'll come say hi. Yeah, honestly, like, some people are, like, super against it, and I understand, like, if people were advertising and stuff, then that would be problematic, but, like, 660? Oh, that's okay. You could start keys like that. I think I did a 10 the other day on a Blood DK at 660. I started at 662, I think, with no tier set. Easy. Why are we at 99%? Oh, there's 2 guys, which I guess I can pull into the other thing. Whoops. I forgot. There's 2 peacekeepers I didn't pull. I should have gotten them right now. Yeah, they're pretty easy, Kabizzle. I would say they're easier for sure, though. We can grab 1 peacekeeper. No, there's 2. I don't know if I even want to do them on the next boss. Let's see what our timer looks like. We could almost double time this right now. Wait, if you stream, you can just come say hi. I don't mind you telling me that. Like I said, some people are super against it, and they're like, no, self-promoting. But honestly, you can tell me. About 675. Oh, you're fine, Quizzle. Yeah, go into keys. Also, keys will help you gear, right? But what is the pre-patch event drop? There's like a new pre-patch event that we had talked about, but I don't remember what it actually does or does not drop. I have no idea about that. Big thrash, big thrash, big thrash for aggro. Vortex Typhoon, please let me get aggro here. This is the hardest thing for bears. No, let me get aggro. Let me get aggro. Stop attacking early. People get so crazy on this. This is where I wish people played tank, because actually they come from different directions, so I need like a second for aggro. I should have Boomy Starfold earlier there. That's what I should have done. Scary aggro, man. That was some good movement by my DPS, I will say. They were gaming there. Because we were about to lose that. I'm gearing Hunter and pre-patch. Brain is not used. Most DPS are going to be significantly more, though. I am pop. Well, yes, but I think I'm just using the default plater. Oh! You're going to lose your damage buff. Don't type in Twitch chat while we're in the middle of a key small. Wait, I know your name. Stephanie. Don't do it, Stephanie. Don't do it. Stephanie. No. Stephanie. No. Yeah, of course I can send it. Just find me on Discord. Just like message me on Discord. I'll send you the whatever the export is. I can send it to you. By the way, Papa, very impressive. Lona, the person right below you, small scales the dragon. That's the evoker in this key. And when people talk in keys, it always impresses me. Although she was definitely talking in this key and then got hit by the swirly just now. That's 100% what just happened. A classic. I don't know, actually. I wouldn't be able to multitask like that. There's also a streamer, Laura, and she does this too. She doesn't stream with a microphone. So whenever you go say hi, she'll be like tanking on her VDH or something and just casually like go into chat and be like, "Oh, hey, how are you?" I don't think I have the necessary words per minute to do that. I type really slow because I can't feel my fingertips on my right hand. So I type like this. My left hand is like this and my right hand goes like this. So I make a lot of spelling mistakes when I type. It's sometimes easier for me to text than type. People type in party chat like I can do party chat, but oftentimes when I'm like, "Hey guys, go here," it actually ends up coming out as that's what it sounds like. Because I'll end up just typing it wrong. I want some water. I use 2 different keyboards. Wait, what do you mean you suit? Because of the hieroglyphs and stuff? Because you have one in a different language or something? Wait, 2 different keyboards is crazy. Here. Peace. On boss, okay? Need 2. This is the percentage right here. Or do you want to just kill him right here, though? I'm trying to responding. New fan right here, no doubt. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if I'm streaming, I'm chatting. That's one of the reasons. Like, it does influence my gaming decisions just a little bit. Do we want to do this on boss? Because this boss does a fair bit of damage, so it kind of depends if Rain is okay with it. I'm sure we have Lust and cooldown, so it should be okay. But we are going to need this for a percentage, so... On boss, they hurt a little bit with Clothies. I feel like on boss is okay. Just let them come in for a second. Let them come in. We have time. We're not going to double time it. I know. It's lame, but it's worth it. Okay, good. Go. Like, I don't need any healing, but just watch your defenses on the very first thing here. I can, like, Vortex here. I think that people stream for different reasons pop up. If you're new to my stream, for me, what happens... Like, the reason that I enjoy streaming is because it is the entirety of my social life. I don't really go outside and I don't really talk to people. I live with my cat and I have Kitty, but that's it. Like, I have work, and work is important to me. I like all my clients at the moment. They're all interesting people, and I help them as best that I can. But honestly, I just don't invest in real life friendships. I spend all my time online, and when I was younger, my mom told me, she was like, "Yo, you gotta go outside and make friends." And I was like, "No, mom, all my friends are online." And she was like, "Those are not real friends." And I was like, "They are. You don't understand. Dread Kitty 69. He's my real friend. He cares about me." And I was like 8 years old, and Dread Kitty 69 was like, 41 or something like that. But you know what? Honestly, in today's atmosphere, I feel like it's changed a lot because you can have real, meaningful connections online with people. Like the thing you can, like actually, like it's not identical, and I think it's probably important to like go out sometimes and like see people in real life, but I don't think that just because the connection is formed online that means it is inherently worse or better. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't actually think that's a good metric for judging interpersonal connection. And for me, this is kind of the one. Okay, you have an ergonomic keyboard for. Wait, what's an ergonomic keyboard? Is that like one of those mouses that has the weird ball thing on the side? Uh, I don't. I don't really regularly go to IKEA, so I don't actually know what ergonomic actually means. Yeah, and also, do you know how many the best stories ever, in my opinion, are feel good to use? Is that actually what ergonomic means? It's just actually like feel good to use. Designed ergonomic is physically shaped to be comfortable to use, and people in general agree on a single ergonomic design. Because I think, well, there's probably people who have different preferences. Interesting. Okay. So, like, this chair is not ergonomic mostly because I'm sitting on a stuffed animal penguin. So, for example, this penguin that I'm sitting on, look at the camera for a second, this thing is not ergonomic. It's kind of bulbous, but it's a penguin, so that part is cool, you know? But this thing is not ergonomic, yeah. LOL. Death. Right? There's science to it? Oh, okay. I would believe that. Here, I just sort of stuff him back here because otherwise I can't breathe properly when I'm doing this. All right, we probably would have double timed if I didn't have. Okay. Hold up, let me try to type in party chat. When I DC'd, I was at 8,000 ping. Clipped on the stream. Easy time. That was like 50% of it. You're fine. Actually, I really don't think we were that far off a double time here, but it's not necessary. I don't know if 24s are really doable. I still think it's crazy that we're timing this when half this key I was at 8,000 ping. All right, hold up, square. I was wrong. Just go over here. Probably just triangle then. I was just going to do triangle. Okay, let me lock in here, though, because my team is going to depend on me to lock in the movement, though. That's one of my girlfriends. I met here on Twitch, and we just end up... honestly, so my favorite stories, for what it's worth, are the ones of, like, WoW couples. Have you ever heard that before? Like, oh, I met my husband on World of Warcraft 11 years ago, and now we have 2 children. I'm like, what? That's so cool. I love that shit. Those are my favorite stories. What's up, Zoolandis? Doing pretty good. We're timing some keys, so it feels good. Yeah, I know. Those are my absolute favorite WoW stories. You also, Blurbell? What is the story? I love WoW romance. Like, I watched the Twilight movies, but I can't say I was, like, the biggest fan of them. Second one was okay. But, like, there's no way. Jacob, really? Your mom and stepdad? Your mom and stepdad met on WoW? Dude. That's so cool. I don't know. I just find that to be, like, so cool. Hold up. Go circle. Watch the face slash. How are your beautiful kittens? They're doing well today. The older one is feeling better because she's basically on some medicine that's like really helping her, and she's having an absolutely fantastic time. Because she was just very uncomfortable she hasn't been feeling well, and so this medicine makes her like kind of just feel amazing. So she's super excited to be on the meds. She's very cute right now, though. They've been together for 10 years. Do they still play WoW? Is that a thing? Like, do you guys have family WoW get-togethers? I'm glad they're doing okay. Me too. You know, the price of pets is that they're so awesome. They don't stick around as long as we do. Okay, watch the Shuri. I'm just paying attention here. It's going to be circle. It's circle here. You could actually just do square as well, but I think circle for uptime is better. You know, Zoolandis, I also have 2 lizards, by the way. You cannot queue. Ah, you cannot queue. Fun fact. You cannot queue for Mythic Plus. Yup. Congratulations. Welcome to World of Warcraft. It is not Fellowship. That's the biggest difference between WoW and Fellowship is the fact that you cannot queue for Mythic Plus. There's been a lot of talk about adding this, but they have not. Yep. There is no queue. You have to actually manually apply for these things. More of my WoW friends have attended your conference talks via Zoom than my Meat Space friends. He's a 15-year-old pit bull. Sorry, Zoo. When did you get him? If you want to talk about it. Bro, my ping. Is Solia's Gambit called the Veiled Market? Correct. So what you do, Quezzle, is like this. You go here. Nope, you can't queue for Mythic. You have to go to Dungeon Finder or pre-made groups. Even a Mythic 0, you have to go... I think it's just a 0. You rescued him when he was 10, so we got 5 years together. You send me a photo? Which tank do you think will be the best tank going into Midnight? Oh, good question. Are you still there? Jet Buster. Best tank going into Midnight? We don't know yet. Honestly, best answer to that question is we don't know. You know, 23 eco. 23 eco is definitely doable. Bad if my ping is stable. 23 eco seems like it'd be a pretty chill key. Yes. Yes, you can. You can technically just like right now, this +2 would probably take you. If you want to do it, you could just do this though. A Mythic 0 and Q removed its limit. I feel... Tricane. They have to do something, right? Would you agree and confirm with me? They have to do something to make tanking and healing feel a little bit better in Mythic Plus. What temperature is it? Temperature. Like 100 degrees Fahrenheit if you use Fahrenheit. If it's... Like what is that in Celsius? 34? No, 30, 32, 33 Celsius, give or take. This is winter. No, that's not what. This is winter, man. This is winter. It's like -3 there. Oh, yeah, no, that doesn't happen here. Most Thai people have literally never seen snow in their life. As crazy as that sounds, a lot of Thai people have never seen snow in their life. Honestly, is that real cat behind you? If so, pet it. Which cat? What? There's no cat behind me. They're not in here right now. Which one? This? That's a sloth. That's not a cat. That's a sloth. This is a sloth. Or this? Oh, that's a penguin. This is a penguin. He just sits behind me for this though. Yeah. The cats are here though. I thought it was a cat too. No, that's a sloth. This is a penguin here. No, the cats are downstairs sleeping right now. I'll bring them up later to say hi. If you want to see the cats, they're there. Those are where the cats are. All right. So we can stay with the same group. We're owning keys right now. Feels pretty good. I really need an Arakara though, if we can get one. Oh, I should have re-rolled my... Oh no, I have 23. That is actually insane. Easy. Well, I know 2 others small. Do you know Willow? I don't think Willow played last season, but she taught me how to play Dev a while ago. She gave me a rundown on, I think it was Season 1 Devastation Evoker. And then there's also a friend, you don't know anyone. There you go, drinking It's electrolyte water. If you have cute pets, please send them to me. Especially, I would love if you want to share some memories. It's very hard to lose a dog, a cat, or any pet that you care about. But by all means, send them to me. Let me see. I want to see. Oh yeah, I can send the plater to whoever wants it. But it's, to be honest, I think it's the base plater. Let me see. I'm gonna share the pets. Can I share the pets with everyone, so we can all appreciate the very cute pets? Here. Because every time I do this, I'm not gonna read your things down here. I want a dog so bad, man. I want a dog so bad. Every time I see a dog, I'm more of a dog person than a cat person. I live with cats right now. I live with cats right now, but every time I see dogs, it doesn't even matter what dog. I see this dog and I want to start crying. Like, the dogs speak to my heart in a way that I cannot explain. Like, I just look at them. Dogs give me that feeling. This is the type of dog, personally speaking, I want kind of like a chill dog. Because, like, this dog, that's a super aesthetic dog. This was Balosh's dogs. Balosh's dogs are like aesthetic dogs, but that's a Malinois. And I had one of these before, and they are not easy dogs to have. So, I want like a kind of a couch dog. We have a cat that looks a lot like this cat. I just... They're so cute. They're so cute. I think if you ever tune in, what I can tell you is this. If you ever tune into my stream, okay, at any point, and you see a dog on stream, just know that I have won at life, okay? That's all you really need to know at this point. If you see a dog on my stream, then you know. Sending the cat, do it. Oh, all right. Plater profile. Who wants it? Who wanted the plater profile real quick? Holy mini cat photos. All right, bet. If you ask, to be fair, I can't even doubt this, because if you ask somebody to send you their cat, they have to send you every single photo that they have of their cat. So I respect it. This is many cat photos. How old is he now? He looks young. He's a kitten. Wait, Small, how old is he? This is a young cat. My little potato Zoe. He or she? Wait. Wait, this looks like a pretty young cat. She's like 8? She is? She is a little potato. She's tiny. She is tiny as fuck. Yeah, you're right. She is kind of tiny as fuck. I thought she was a kitten. All right, plater profile here. Eco 23. Let's do Eco real quick. Of course, Zulandis. I love your boy. I've never even met him. Dogs have that special place in my heart, man. I don't know how to explain it. There's something about them that speaks to my soul. All right, profiles. I'm learning how to love cats. Whoever wants to just message on Discord, I'll just link it right now. You should be able to direct import this. I'm going to double check, triple check that my screen share is off before I go into private messages on Discord, because goddamn, that would happen. Here you go. One right here. Easy enough. And then who to purple? Quezzle, what did you want? Oh, this is the gear thing that you were showing me. Okay, message request. Papa Gill, got you. Here you go. Perfect. Okay, no problem. Cool. Neon, if you're coming to say hi over on the green website, you gotta come over to the mainstream. At come to mainstream to say hi. I rarely see this. She literally doesn't leave my side. Yeah, of course. All right, so 23 Ecodome. Interesting. 23 Ecodome. I'm trying to think about the route here. Can I take Sentinels still on 23? Rain, you good healing it? Let's go eco. I think that, honestly, I think I'll still just send the route that I'm comfortable with because I don't think it'll be a problem. You're definitely supposed to skip Sentinels on 23. I'm playing tank because there isn't enough tanks, but now I'm waiting on a healer. I think they need to reward both tanks and healers for playing the role. That's what it occurs to me, that they should reward both of the roles, not just one. Like, do you think people would complain? And do you think it would be a problem? Something as simple as tanks and healers get double the amount of gold after the completion of a key. That's something as simple as that. Double of nothing is still pretty much nothing, but nonetheless, do you think that would be a problem? I feel like that would actually be okay. In my opinion, I think that would be good. That's an easy one. What about you get more crests on a tank or a healer? It doesn't ignore cap. You just get 5 more crests if you play tank or healer, so it's slightly easier to go crest cap. Yeah. What about that? Slightly easier to get crests. I made a video and people had some pretty good suggestions on how they could fix this type of thing. You know, in order to actually fix my damage, what I should do is buy 20 of these, and then what I'm going to do is go over here, though. Yeah, I think 5 more crests is not a bad idea. Okay, so 20 more crests, and then you also want alchemical chaos. These are the flasks I'm supposed to be using. I have been so lazy on beta, I don't even have these flasks. Or on pre-patch. Okay. Is my ping stable? Please. Please have stable ping this key. Crest won't help after the first 2 weeks. No, not capped. I'm not talking about increasing the crest cap because that's a big difference. That's actually, that's not okay. You can't increase the crest cap. But what you could do is just give 5 more. So you have to do 1 or 2 less dungeons. You can't do something like that because then the community would riot. Gear is way too important, I think, for Mythic Plus. I think the community would legit riot if you were like, no, we're just going to full send this. I think that would be a bad idea. That could not occur. Do you know what I mean by that, Yu? Like, if tanks, for example, just got more tier set or more this or more, like, that wouldn't work. But I think that, like, 5 more crests is pretty harmless. As in, you still have the same cap, so you don't have more gear overall. Right, you just reach the cap very fast. I think that even after that is still pretty good, though. But, like think about 5 more. I know they would cry, but then, you know? No. You can't remove the crest cap for tanks. But yeah, just 1 to 2 fewer dungeons. You still are going to fill your vault and probably get max anyways. But just if you are playing tank or healer, you just get a little bit something. Morning, Zenzar. How's it going? What's the temperature like in the good old Britannia? I have 4,700, 500. I haven't played in a while. What's my crest cap at? Dungeons and... Wait. How do I even see how many crests I have? Wait, do they remove it all? I just posted a few. Oh, I'm looking right now. Hold on, I'm looking. Wait. Furry friends. How many cats do you have? 2 cats? That's a good photo. Get extra vault drop. Extra vault drop is too much, I think. That is a long boy. More than 10. You have more than 10 cats? Wait, that's a lot of cats. Yeah, Tuggus, I've been playing macroing Ironfur recently. Yes. I have basically been macroing my Ironfur. You and the partner got 2 new cats when you moved in. How are they now? All right, let's go. Count down 10. Cool, let's go. Big outside catio. So we're just going to have to do the normal route that I'm used to. It is not a perfect route, I admit. It's not the best Ecodome route you've ever heard of in your life, but that's what we're going to do because that's what I'm comfy with and it'll work. So I put on the right flask and here we go. I think that 22s have been easy timers. I feel like 23 we have to play pretty well in order to get this right. The big question is, how do we feel potentially about pulling like this part over here? So what I want to do here is I'm going to Barkskin taunt this, Boomy Form, Starfall. I feel like you got to combine this on 23. Just this first pull, right? And then I'm going to go combine these. I will Vortex in the middle, and I'm going to go Incarn now. So the Vortex is down. I'm going to incap this first one. Though all of those gorges just went off, the first few gorges. I'm going to go kick this. We're a little short on kicks, so this is a bit of a suspicious pull, but I have a feeling it will go well. I'm going to War Stomp it. Unlucky War Stomp, too many targets. Doesn't always work. Hold up. I have a Typhoon as an emergency cast, but we have a knock up there. So then what I'm going to do is go kick this one on the mage. There's one on the healer, one on the mage if need be. He's not going to die to that cast right there. But then what we can do here is we can just incap the next set. So we go like bam, bark skin myself. Okay, it looks like everything is pretty solid now. I can go in and get this last kick if need be. And then I just roar and continue. Good job, good job, good job. Nice job. Excellent healing from Rain. Here we go. I think that Druid is actually decent. It's not the best tank. It is not the worst tank. It's just decent right now. I can't tell you it's like, oh man, it's definitely going to be meta. No, probably not. But is it good in beta? Yeah, it's very tanky. And so if they give it a little bit of more of a damage buff, or if they just fix some of the bugs with it, then I think it'll have a lot more viability than it does as of right now. Because technically Druid does provide a very valuable group buff, and it has Poison and Curse to spell. So Mark of the Wild, Poison, Curse to spell. You still have Vortex, Typhoon. You still have a few other things. You have meaningful off healing now, which is something it didn't have before. So there is a lot of reasons to play Druid. It's just technically there is one tier less than compared to Warrior, who has now extra stops and silences, or VDH because caster comp, or this or that. So there's a little bit less of a reason to play it, but not that much. That makes sense? I would describe the state of Bear as annoyingly okay. That's how I would describe it personally. Where it just says, you know what? You'll totally be able to play it. Although I am not personally happy about the changes, I think a lot of people will enjoy the new version of Bear, you know? So I'm going to chain now. It should be okay to go pull boss like right away. What's up, Katsumi? Favorite anime, Katsumi? Well, maybe not, actually. Do you like anime? Bear changes are definitely... I don't know about big L's, because a lot of... you have... This is one of those things that where, unfortunately, context matters. This is kind of unfortunate, but it's true. Context matters, right? Yeah, we can stack here. Where... there are some bears who are like, man, this is literally one of the best things ever. I'm so excited that Bear is getting more complicated, harder to play, and has more rotational nuance. Some people love that, Delineus. I personally like Bear because it's simple, straightforward. I tanky tank. I never have to worry. I know I'm going to live. And then I do the min-max damage that I can with the build that I like. So I still know how to min-max it, and I still want to, but my focus is being tanky tank. You know what I mean? Like, that's what my goal is. That's not true for everyone. Some tanks play for different reasons, and they're all fair. So, does that make sense? Where actually, I don't think it's necessarily fair to say, oh, they're big L's, because for a lot of people, they're actually big W's. However, I would argue that in general, people will not like it. I would say majority of bears probably won't be happy about the changes. That would be my assumption and what I would probably assume. Right. I think that one of the reasons I like bear is because it's the best first tank. So when I am playing the bear, right, and it's a great suggestion if you want to get into tanking, it's a good first tank. But it's still going to be a situation where now in order for you to have that same play style, which is technically available, you will need to play Elune's Chosen kind of macroed Ironfur build. There's going to be a way to play Raise on beta, which I'll come up with, which is simple. Maybe you could macro something into Raise. I've heard a few suggestions in my Discord about that. I'll make stuff 100%. I'll test it a little bit more on beta, and oh yeah, I test a bunch though. Does it go above my head? I made a quick guide to Linneus. I think on the Patreon and on YouTube membership there is a quick guide for what's it called? For Holy Paladin. And that quick guide still applies, although remember there were massive changes today, so things are changing all the time. Yeah. I've tested every single healer and every hero talent of every healer, and I have tested pretty much every tank and every hero talent of every tank, and I have tested like half the DPS on beta. I played beta for like 2 months straight. Yo! Have a good stream. Thank you, Edie. Oh, yeah. I will probably go back to beta testing soon, because I enjoy beta testing in general a bit more than I enjoy retail. But there's still going to be a big tank patch soon. I'm sure that we're going to have some more changes. I don't think that this build is the final build. There's at least 1 or 2 more updates. But we are waiting for big tank and healer changes. That's probably coming soon. At least the tank changes are. Big Thrash. Okay, good. Nice. Okay. Taking Sentinel can go safer. All right, well, let's take the Sentinel here and then just watch 50% though. Yeah, like Voidweaver, Disc, even Mistweaver hasn't received enough buffs considering the problem with Mistweaver, one of the problems with it, by the way, is the fact that it was bugged, so it was kind of artificially doing well. Okay, watch aggro, please. Watch aggro, please. Watch aggro, please. God damn it, guys. You gotta wait. You can't hit things before. No, don't hit things first. I'm like pulling all of this. I wish that sometimes people play tank because then they would know that that pull we're doing right now, I have to gather it. Oh man, this all got messed up. You gotta wait for aggro. You can't dot those ones as I pull them because I specifically have to taunt them without aggroing them. You can't hit those ones. Uh-oh. It's all falling apart. It's all falling apart. We might be able to save this if they come back. The Sentinel just hit 50%, so now the pull's going to get really hard. I can probably live this eternally. I'm going to bark skin now. I look up to the top right just to make sure. Hold up. I'm like giga locked in right now. Yeah, the Sentinel needs to be dead at this point, and he's going to live forever. On that pull in particular, you have to let me take aggro. You can't even hit things early, like unless you mirror image or something, but nope. Oh, we're dead. On that pull, you can't hit things early. Because those two guys, you have to taunt. You have to taunt. No, it was aggro. So, here, come to my stream real fast. I'll tell you. So, the reason is here, though. Yeah. So, those two, I have to taunt without aggroing. Because otherwise they'll pull the Sentinel that's next to them. I'll just tell them real quick. If you hit those first two, then it's over for sure. Hold up. Without aggroing. If I actually Moonfire or Thrash, then they pull extra Sentinel. So you can't do that. So you gotta wait there for them to come in. That's why. Otherwise it would have been fine. Yeah, definitely cannot hit that pack in particular. This is one of those scenarios where I really, really wish that people had played tank before, because you would know that the only way to pull those two guys is to do that. Do we want to go 22 fast? I think we already did 22. But yeah, you cannot hit that under any circumstances. I know he was building resources as a Frost Mage, but I think even with mirror images, you'll still rip. You can hit the first Sentinel, because that guy I thrash as I walk past. You can hit first Sentinel, because that guy I thrash as I walk past. But the other one cannot. The other two guys... The other two are too close to second Sentinel. I can't tag, just taunt. And other comes in, and then you can hit. That's okay. So what happens, Blurbell, though? So it's not a tricky pull to gather. It's just that your DPS need to understand when you're walking in. So what happens is, no. What the reason is this. We have an Affliction Warlock who wants to dot things, yeah? You have a Frost Mage who now they want to build their flurry stacks before the pull actually starts, yeah? Hold on, let me ask him this question. My stream by chance. Let me ask him straight up. Tell my DPS to Shadow Meld or die. They made shoes. So here's the reason. So every single person here, though, come real fast. Out of curiosity, because here's what's happening on that poll. There's Warrior is slightly better at it. I would say Warrior is slightly better, and people are a little bit more. You know what I mean? People are in general are like slightly more used to a Warrior, but even with a Warrior, it's the same problem. The thing is that in hierarchies, you skip that first Sentinel 100% of the time. My problem is that I'm playing a Tauren, and I've never actually Shadow Meld skipped it before, so I don't feel comfortable skipping it. The thing about that poll is there are two guys to the right, the two Gorgers. Oh, hi, killers. So, two guys to the right. When I pull the first Sentinel, I can walk past and tag him, but those two guys are close to a third Sentinel, that second one over here. I cannot physically aggro them. Like, I'm not allowed to hit Moonfire or Thrash because as a Guardian Druid, it might cleave to the second Sentinel and pull him. So what you do as a tank is I'm just going to manually taunt one of them, which means I have no threat. So I'll have zero threat there. Right, exactly. So the problem is that if GG procs when I'm doing that, it'll cleave. Obviously, with our comp, we have an Affliction Warlock who wants to be dotting with Agony manually as we walk in, which now hits 2 targets. So he's going to be like dot, 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 dot before the pull gets started because he's building his resources. We have you as a Frost Mage with your new Shatter mechanic. You're going to want to flurry the first target to start building that Shatter so that when we get into the pull, you can just immediately Ray into Blizzard, into this, into Orb. But that particular pull, because I don't know how to skip it with being a Druid, I'm sure it's not that hard, but I just haven't done it before. That one you have to wait. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I taunt one, but then the other one doesn't have any threat because there's two. So they have to come in. Once they're in the pull, I will have threat and I won't lose it. But then since that guy, since that happened, then I had to stop the pull and I had to backtrack and then thrash here, and then other people didn't realize that I was doing that, so then they sent cooldowns, and I was like, oh no, and then aggro got lost. So that's why that happens. That makes sense? I know you want to build the resources. If you want to build, just target the first guy. Just essential. But that's also why you skip him for what it's worth, though. No. Yeah. Correct, Danko. Correct. It was just an aggro problem there. We're just taking one Sentinel. We're not taking two. By a long shot, no. It was just people were starting to build on the two guys that were coming in, so I lost threat, then I had to backtrack, then it took a while to gather, and then all of a sudden it got derailed. That's what happened there. Okay, 22 eco real fast. 22. Okay, let's go. Okay. Hey, Shahi. Does that make sense, though? So the Affliction on the other range DPS start dotting the further targets on the pull. What they want to do is target the Sentinel or the guys that I'm actually able to walk past. It is a difficult concept to explain. I don't know, killers, if you play tank. But there are some tanks, like the meta tank this season is not Guardian. So there are some tanks that would be able to pull that in a way. Like, for example, a Heroic Throw is what Warriors will probably use there. That has more threat generation for those two Gorgers. But also keep in mind that you skip the first Sentinel. So the Warrior is going to be able to basically Heroic Throw, and then move on. So he's going to have a lot more threat than I would have. But a VDH wouldn't be able to glaive, so they'd have the same threat problems. They'd have to wait a little bit. Depends on the tank you're playing with this season. For Guardian, there's just a few procs. Like, if that procs, I'm always worried once that's in combat that it's going to tag. I have had it tag before, so the only thing I can do with those Gorgers is taunt. Little things. Hey, Shahi. But it's hard for me to type all of that. It's no problem. It's pre-patch IO, it doesn't matter. But sometimes pulls feel impossible because things get derailed. They're not... I think that pull is actually okay. You could tant and Brand Shore after special some aggro. There's techniques for every tank, 100%. I think that as a paladin, I would be thinking judgment, whatever, etc. You know? But yeah, I genuinely think that that pull is actually okay. Although, keep in mind that every single high key, every single eco probably skips it because a warrior just leaps and shadow melds. What about Taunt, Booby, Starfall? I could have Boomy going in there. Yo, what's up, Addison? Mr. Addison 2K. What's up, dude? Addison, I have a question for you. If you have a moment, may I ask you a question? I would love to just run something by you real fast. All right, let's go. We get it. My question. Oh yeah, I did it as a joke. I want to invest in a new camera. I want to buy a camera for stream, but I don't know what to get. I've been told to get like a Sony DSLR, like an A1600,000B robot horse girl racing with big anime titties, something, I don't know. But like people like I don't mind spending some money. Obviously, I'm on a relative budget. Like I can't drop an infinite amounts of money. That would be super cool, huh? But no, not an infinite amounts of money, just a reasonable amounts. That being said, I am willing to invest into a nicer camera. So if you have any suggestions, I just don't know. It's actually like super complicated for me as somebody who doesn't really understand what like the differences between cameras and stuff though. So I don't mind spending some money on a DSLR. The problem is that when I was looking at how to set them up and what's involved, I'm like, yo, this is complicated as shit. I was like, that's not easy at all. Arson, watch out. Many castle Arson. What camera? I'm using a webcam, but the webcam for some reason on my PC is broken. So I have an Instalink 360 webcam, but it's blurry and pixelated and doesn't actually work. The software doesn't work whatsoever, unfortunately. I would love for it to, but it just does not. My PC, for whatever reason, it doesn't work whatsoever. I probably had to. So I want like a camera in case I ever did a full screen video. Like if I full screen this, it gets pixelated. And I thought, well, if I'm going to be streaming a bunch, I might as well invest into a nicer camera. But then my research has basically led me to the fact that I should just get a DSLR. But then all of a sudden you have to set up a dummy battery. And then you have to set up the fact that you have to open the case, and maybe there are some DSLRs that you can't actually do this. And then I need to buy an Elgato capture card, which I don't have. And I was like, hold up, what? Like, this gets real complicated for some reason. So I don't know what to do. Part of me is like, you know, like I don't understand. I don't even know but you have to understand, like I'm tech illiterate. I don't know what your grandfather's name is, Addison, but he probably knew more about technology than me. I don't know. You seem old enough that your grandfather... I'm making assumptions here, but just the idea is I really don't understand this world. So I want to be able to set up like a cooking stream. Like you have a setup that's so good. I had asked you at one point and you had told me. But your setup allows you to... like swap your cams and stuff though, you know? This is just an extra add-on. Wildu tools. Yeah, Wildu tools. Yeah, external source to grab the camera feed. I don't understand. I'm also worried about overheating problems because it's like 100 degrees all the time in Thailand, right? Like it's literally 100 degrees nonstop, constantly, forever. And it's at least 100. There's a sunlight right there. The sun hits this black camera and it overheats sometimes. So that's why sometimes my camera just actually shits itself as well. So that's the problem. And then I start reading and I say, okay, so overheating is going to be a big problem. But then they say, oh no, don't worry. The Sony A1600, again, VR Giga X custom motorcycle, Harley Davidson, whatever. I'm like, you know, that doesn't overheat. And I'm like, doesn't overheat in Michigan or doesn't overheat in Thailand, because those are different things. Yeah. I was actually thinking about messaging you because obviously it's a purchase. I would like to have the right information before I decide to make this purchase. You can, Salty. It's not optimal for damage, but it works. Yeah, that's basically my questions about. I don't know how that works. So I was thinking that maybe I could just get like a better webcam, you know? Yeah, I'd love to learn. I also want keep in mind, I did like for my birthday stream, I did a cooking downstairs, and I was like, that's actually was really fun. So now I want to have a setup where I could actually just straight up like swap scenes and then basically like just hang out with people downstairs in the house or whatever. And I was like, okay, but then I have to think about how do I do the swapping scenes and setup. So then do I need 2 cameras or can I use my phone camera? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, Papa. So like I had a $10 camera and then I got this one, and this one's certainly better. It's not exactly a bad camera. It just for some reason doesn't work very well with my computer. That's all I know. I don't have a Steam Deck either. Dude, I don't even have my monitor is on a stack of 7 books. I'm a very big if it works type of person. So, do you know what I mean? It just puts it over a Cat 5. You can just run a USB extender. A USB extender? Like there's 3 flights of stairs, man. I don't think that I could do that. 3 flights of stairs, Addy. It's a big house. It is. This house has 4 stories vertically. So, I don't think. Is that possible? We have like a mesh for Wi-Fi, but that seems like it's going to be. No. I mean. Well, I mean, a lot of people stream without a cam. Greeny, you could just have giant anime biddies. You could. There's no reason that you couldn't just VTube it to victory. I run 150-foot cables outside. Is that how you do it? Interesting. Okay. So that's what I would have to do, huh? I don't think Kitty would be very happy about cables running through the house, even if they were installed very nicely. It's not a necessity, but I was thinking it would be nice. It doesn't have to happen. I just thought it would be kind of cool to have that happen. Yeah, you could put a garden gnome. That works too. People love garden gnomes. Okay, hear me out. All right, bet. I'm listening. What's up, Ash? Thank you, Cap. Do you think the facial hair is suiting me? All I know about the facial hair is now I look older than Addison. Because Addison looks like he do be looking fresh. You think so? All right. It's getting thick. Like, this is a little bit thicker than I normally have it, though. You could run a second PC. Okay, so watch this. Here's the tech. I got to taunt this and then thrash it, like, right now. So see how that one Corger still... Wait. Please wait for aggro. Okay. Now watch this. This won't be that bad. People still hit early, even though we had specifically talked about not hitting early, but that's okay. So then I just Vortex here. Boom. Typhoon into the Vortex again, and here we go. Very easy to set up VTuber gnomes. Yeah. Okay, now we're all settled. Now we're all good. I'm going to make sure that this next Arcing Zap doesn't go off. I don't know when it's casting because my plater is bugged. All right, hold up. Here's the Shattered Core. I'm still going to Boomy Starfall and then go back into Bear. Lunar Beam here. We need to go back on the Ritualist. 1 second. Focusing. Locking in. 22 Ecodome. No problem. I don't think this pull is actually terrible. It just feels terrible for a second, especially when it goes bad the first time. I'm going to off-heal my Evoker back up. We're going to prile the Sentinel down. I simply Frenzied Regen myself. Excellent. See? It's not that bad of a pull. I don't think it's that bad of a pull, personally speaking, though. All right. Thank you, Addy. I appreciate it. I know you were just coming to say hi, but thank you for stopping by. I've been meaning to ask a few different people this question because I would love to better understand it. I don't know realistically how much effort I could actually put into the setup, but it's something that I would like to do. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. It's cool, Addy. Do you remember, just one last note for you? Everyone who's in my stream listening right now, you know that if you didn't just randomly, I think it was Noob who found me, but you raided me in the very first week. I think it was like the second week I was streaming. It's kind of crazy to think that I am where I, like, that everything is here today. That's so crazy to me. Because there was a world in which I just never started streaming, to be honest, though. You just need a way to have grab the DSLR source. Huh. I don't understand what that means, to be honest, but I'm just going to trust it makes sense to me. I'm going to tell you it makes sense to me, but honestly, it doesn't. Like, I don't even know what DSLR stands for. As far as I know, when I was younger, people told me I had DSL, but I don't think that's the same thing. Okay, Moonfire, the one phase blade, taunt the other one, bark skin on the first bolt. Here we go. Watch the phase blade aggro here. First dungeon down. Told you it'd be easy. How was it, Quezzle? Not too bad, right? I think that if you come from Fellowship, it can't be that bad to do. Go kick this. The Sentinels are certainly not good mobs, and I can see why you would want to skip them. Will you be doing it? Oh, yeah, super, for sure. 100%. I think right beforehand, about like a few weeks before, I feel like, give or take end of February, early March, I will be doing, I have these plans to do like some crazy good dungeon guides. Whether it's just like simple breakdowns, like I think I want to do some simpler breakdowns, and I want to do some like maybe really, really, really in-depth breakdowns. Cool, hold up. War stomping, watching the aggro here because we're chaining in. Once I have Thrash ticking, I'll be okay. There's no Boomy Starfall to help me out. So I'm just going to pull this over here. I'm going to pull this over here like this. Let's just fight these because there are a bunch of Farstalkers here. Yeah. We don't have a ton of kicks. I think we actually just fight this because our timer is chilling. Yeah, we'll do Sentinel with a pack after this, potentially. The Dawnbreaker dungeon. Oh, the Dawnbreaker dungeon is so anti-intuitive. It's an example of a dungeon which technically, once you learn it, is not that bad, but the first time you go in there doesn't make any sense. It does not teach you anything. Yeah, it's a really good example of this, though. Right. It doesn't make... Yeah, it doesn't teach you where to go. Dawnbreaker is a really good example of a dungeon that should teach you the routes before they just yeet you into it, but it doesn't. If they had a little bit of a routing system in-game to help you with it, I think that would be significantly better. Why don't we pull this with the pull? Yeah, I feel like we go here, and then I'm just going to watch the aggro on these guys, and we go Sentinel. So just wait. I'm pinging. Here we go. It will come for 2 to 5 keys. I know it'll come from 2 to 5 keys, but my hidden cook is that it actually should be here for all keys. Now, I heard some good feedback, to be honest, that maybe it shouldn't be here for all keys. And the best one here was actually just like, there are some tanks who feel as though routing is part of their job, and they're going to be less valued if they don't have that job available. And I thought, you know what? That's actually kind of fair. Like, I hear that perspective for sure. I can see where they're coming from. Where they think basically if they're not responsible for the routing, then, you know, what are they doing? But I don't personally agree with that. I think that the tank's job is like, hey, I'm going to pixel stack this. I know how to pace the dungeon. I know how to basically help my team succeed. I don't play for myself, but I play for the success of the key. I feel like this is a very good stuff, though. If anyone links a tank route in a key you're not timing, in a lower key, yeah. Obviously, in a higher key, subsonic, that's different. But in a lower key, it's certainly a bit of a red flag to be linking some stuff. There was, with an add-on, at this point, unsure. I should have pulled funnel with this, but we're being lazy. Well, you can learn how to Warcraft logs your own key. That'll help a lot if you learn how to log your own keys. Also, Subsonic, I've played with you before, right? You're my B-Tag friend. It's the same name. I don't know if that's you, actually. I don't think I've seen you in my stream. But I'm imagining that's you? Question mark? Question mark? Yeah, okay. I recognize your name. Soon I want to make a video that basically teaches people the super secret, ultra giga, ultra fantastic mega tech for how to get IO in a season. There's like super secret tech that the high players use that you should start using if you want to get IO in a season. think 2 targets the Starfall still better. Was grinding keys before pre-patch a lot? I hadn't played retail in like 2 months. Yeah. There's super secret tech, Papa. Have you tested all the specs on beta? Oh, no, a lot of videos. Pico, look at the YouTube channel. Yeah, I've made a ton of videos about tanking because I feel like tanking has some red flags that I've been thinking about. And I've also made a bunch of videos, how to save tanking, what the problems with tanking are. There's a few more I want to make, which basically really kind of more address like why I'm concerned about it. I still think that there's going to be a tank shortage in Midnight right now. My personal belief is that we're going to have a lot of less tanks in Midnight, and there's already a bit of a tank shortage because no one really likes waiting for tanks. But I don't think they've done enough to incentivize new tank players just yet. It's a little better. Some of the original beta was like really bad for tanks. These dungeons were hitting like fucking season 1 Grim Battle, and I was like, yo, this is not good. That was scary. Some of the original versions of the dungeons before we had learned them, before we kind of figured out how to route them, and like that's and just tank tuning in general. But they have since buffed almost every tank by a lot. So it feels a bit better now, I would say, but still concerning to me. Like, I still think that there's going to be some problems with tanking. I have a weird question. How relatable defensiveness tank on dumb? Ooh, not that much. Very little, Throm. Very little, I think. I don't think you can practice a defensive rotation on a tank dummy and then bring it into a key. I don't think that works. I'm a demon hunter, and I'm more scared of healing than tanking. I think tank has too much homework. I think you can solve that tricane by simply adding an in-game routing system. I think that basically solves it almost entirely. If there was a routing system for tanks that didn't want to do the homework, that's why there's so much homework for tanking. So the new routing system for 2 to 5 is a great start. I think that's a good start. I think they need to iterate on it and then bring it to a much higher key level. And it should be an option to toggle, I think, where you just say, okay, I want this enabled for this next key, and you just have it. We're going to do this pull before the next one. I might hold my incarn, believe it or not. No, I can set it here. They added, yeah, I know. They completely changed Holy, added Crusader Strike back, and then they added it back in a way that nobody actually wants. They also nerfed Holy when they did it, although I have to actually test the changes myself, but I'd have to play Holy Paladin again on beta. A weird change, though, to be sure, Dalinius. Very strange. Shout out to healers, thankless job. Both healing and tanking is a thankless job. It just depends on which one you're more comfy with. So, for example, if I'm a tank player, I'll tell you that tanking is easier than healing. But if you're a healer, you'll probably say that healing is easier than tanking. And the truth is, both roles are technically not that hard if you know how to do them. But if you don't know how to do them, goddamn, they're both terrible. There's so much that people just don't understand or take for granted about tanking or healing. Only tank plus 5s on beta, super fun. I got you, Splotch. I don't know if MDT is coming back. So I don't know if there's going to be a route that I can import. But I will say that I'm going to make some really good videos that hopefully will help people feel significantly more comfortable. Whoops, watch the phase blade. Wait. Hold up. I'm going to tell everybody to wait. Everybody needs to wait here. Okay? Do not hit these mobs early. Wait. Do not hit this early. Don't hit this. Don't hit it. Don't do it. Wait for aggro. Wait. Okay. Holy. Okay, I can die on this pole if I'm not careful, so let me just SI this one. I'll be here, though. MDT's working already? Oh, is it? I didn't know they brought that back already. It's the Gloombite pole, Sam. Kind of my nemesis, because I don't always pay attention. And this is sometimes where the plater profile I use does kind of get me, because I have a hard time actually tracking the Gloombites. I want to stay in this pole. Right now I have Incarn plus Lunar, so I can handle 1 to 2 Gloombites. Is it actually working? That's great. Hold up. I don't have it installed right now on pre-patch at least. But I have some really good ideas for routing videos that I think will help people a lot. So if you are worried about routing, end of February, I'm going to wait another month because A, the dungeons can change. Like they did massive dungeon changes a few days ago. I don't know if anybody saw that, but there are like big dungeon changes where it might actually change the route and how you play them. So I'm a little bit, I don't want to make them too early because if I make stuff too early, like even the Demon Hunter guide I made, I was like, okay, I think I got this. Like this is going to help people. And then I realized all of a sudden that this was off because they changed it a bunch. Please, please, please wait for aggro. Wait for aggro. Wait for aggro. Nah, just wait for aggro for a second. Ah, okay, I'm panicking. I'm panicking. I'm panicking. That's okay. It's okay. There you go. Just want this one creeper in here, and I think that we're settled now. So I'm just gonna go back into bear. All good. No problem. How do you get it so that your left click? Oh, it's just in game. That they have that in game now. You don't have to worry about that. I'll show you right after this key if you remind me. Okay, watch that one arcing zap. Watch the next gloom bite. I don't really have a big plan for it, so I'm gonna backpedal. Okay, I'm just backpedaling a little bit. I'm gonna roar right here. I can in-card now and then take it. I will show you. There's something in-game that they made, just a click casting in-game. I haven't DPS any real keys, but it feels like me DPS is the hardest job in high keys. There are some people who think that, Tricane. I don't think so, because a DPS is responsible for min-maxing much harder than we would have to min-max. So a DPS does have to do a lot more in terms of min-max gameplay than a tank or a healer. Like, tanking and healing can technically meet the minimum requirements, yeah? Like, that's acceptable. However, a DPS that meets minimum requirements but doesn't meet optimal requirements is not going to succeed at a higher key level because you really are min-maxing the whole time, okay? However, a tank can meet the minimum requirements for tanking and basically say, well, I didn't do that much damage, but because I was a good tank, we still time the key. And a healer can say, I was really focused on healing. I did not optimize my damage, but it's okay, we still time the key, even at a very high level. I think that even at a borderline, you know, maybe just shy of world first level, that's still true. From that perspective, the DPS has to work very hard. However, you still have to nail your rotation just as well. At a high level, if a healer misses a ramp by 2 seconds, that would be like a DPS missing a few globals in their DPS cooldown. Except for the fact that instead of just losing a little bit of damage, your entire group has just died. Because now you've missed a few globals on a higher key level as a healer. So I'm going to Moonfire this one, Barkskin here, and we're good. On a tank, it's like, okay, during a hard pull, if I, as a DPS player, once again, if I'm going into that pull and I'm just a little off so I miss a global, it's like, damn, I inted my rotation. However, if a tank does that, then I'm dead. Oh, let me res. Does that make sense? Like, then the whole key is over because now I'm dead and the whole group is dead. Just like that. And I could have been tanking perfectly the whole time, but if I make that little rotational error and get hit by a Gloom Bite I'm not supposed to get hit by, then congratulations, key's over. So I don't think you could say and really make an argument that DPSing is harder than tanking or healing because a lot of high keys that I've done are still timed with 1 to 2 deaths. But they're definitely not healer or tank deaths. Very rarely is it a healer death. I mean, sometimes, but effectively... Oh, no, I know. That was a cast. You're good. You're good. No, I'm just saying, like, for example, we had a DPS death just now. On that pull, it would have been fine, but effectively, if that was a tank or a healer death, key's over. It just is basically that simple, where the tank and the healer have to game significantly harder when keys get harder, in my opinion. This is an opinion thing, because if you ask a DPS player, some of them will say, no, it's all about the min-maxing of rotation and not missing a single global, it's et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that DPSing is significantly easier. You don't actually have to think too much about the route. You can kind of just game. And that's a completely different story to tanking and healing, where healers need to have a pre-planned rotation, otherwise, again, everybody's dead. Tanks need to understand exactly what every mob does, how to pace the dungeon to be perfect. I guess a lot of tanks don't, but optimally speaking, there's just so much more homework. There's so much more responsibility because tank deaths are pretty much unrecoverable, you know? So I don't really think that you can make a fair comparison, to be honest, though. Yeah, but but again, that's not true. Like that SI just now was a double gloom bite that I had to be aware of. But like that's not true, Uglo, for tanks and healers. I also have to be perfect with my DPS and my defensives. As a tank, otherwise, again, key is just over. So that, you know what I mean? And a healer also still has to be perfect with their defensives, otherwise the key is over. So you have to do that on top of the fact of everything else. It's not different. You're doing the same thing that a DPS is doing, but with more responsibility. Unless your thing is so OP that you could just do that without so. Does that make sense? Again, opinion. I am but one of many opinions on the internet. I am the type of player that I am. Right. I would just say, and you could argue who has more responsibility between tanking and healing, and I think that depends. Healing higher keys is actually easier than healing lower keys. Tanking higher keys is often harder than tanking lower keys. So it depends. But yeah, one of many. Just an opinion on the internet. Just some dude. So I would take my words with a grain of salt. Or two. But like if I told you, like for example, if I said how to DPS this dungeon, it would be on this boss, do mechanic, which again the tank and healer have to do, and then it would be just press defensive here, and that's how to DPS this boss. Like that's the entire guide for how to DPS this. I had a better time healing 12 and on. Yeah, no, honestly, healing low keys is fucking actually terrible. Healing lower keys is actually so hard. Could be fun that DPS learn how to kick. Bolter, I would love that, but the thing is that DPS, they don't... Okay, let me be careful about how I say this, because this is a generalization. It's not true for everybody, but I'm curious and I want to know your thoughts. Do you think that a lot of DPS get all the way up to like a plus 20 key level and still don't know the mechanics of the dungeon? Likewise, how many tanks and healers get up to a plus 20 key level and don't know the mechanics of the dungeon? Nah. I have seen some things that really make me question that. I have seen too much, Danko. I have seen too much in quote unquote high keys where where I'm like, do you not know how that works? And they're like, nope. And I was like, oh, okay. No, I mean, no, I really think that a lot of DPS don't actually. No, I mean, like, again, that not a lot, some. Okay. GG's. No ping issues there. All good. A little 4K IO for pre-patch. Nice. Oof. Aggro was a little tough there for me. I'm not getting up to like 12. Yeah, no, really, it happens a lot, Tricane. There are people in here who do 20s before, like, on the actual pre-patch, though. I wanted to comment. Oh, what do you think, Dex? Dex, I'd love to hear your comment. I don't think I did a perfect job in talking about that video in the way that I wanted to talk about. There were many other things that I would have said, I think, but I kind of recorded it a little bit in one take. So I would have added a little bit more respect, to be honest, for people who do push for title. You have to oh yeah, it's right here. Right here. I got you. Easy. Watch this. Options, right? Interface, click casting. Just type in click, and then you go right here. Bam. Just like that. Left click, right click. Left click, right click. That's it. You can add whatever button you want, like Druid here, like this. You could put, I don't know, whatever you want, basically. Yeah. Just like this. You just actually drag and drop. You go, boom, here. That's it. and then you just assign left click, right click, shift left, shift right. This is how I heal on beta too. Yeah, easy. I pay for when I'm behind on Vault. I don't use server. I find that, dude, Dex. I genuinely think that's literally just click. Yeah, it's in game though now. Knowing you're jumping to a key that is going to be fun is more likely. I genuinely think, Dex, that there really isn't that much wrong with buying keys. I've never had enough gold to buy keys, but if I was really rich in game, I probably would. Maybe. There's a world where I would. I'm not gonna, of course. If I had like infinite gold, I never have. I'm always poor in game, so I have personally never bought a key. I have sold keys for gold, but I've never bought one. I think that flaming the players for gaming the system that is inbuilt into the game is not really a good thing to do. I genuinely, I don't think that's wise. Does that make sense? Because it almost like passes the buck where there are ways for them to address and fix this problem that are game design oriented. And I still think that the absolute biggest thing, hi Abuelita, Small, when was the last time you met somebody who actually came into the game for the first time? I don't understand buying keys extremely obvious. Yes, but no, Tricane. Like, it depends on how obvious you make it. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. a little bit 50-50 on that. But also keep in mind that there are people in this chat right now who sell the keys, because there are some people in here who are Giga gamers and they know. Trust me, they know. Semi-recently, yeah. Like Season 1, a lot of people who buy keys aren't buying because they're bad. So that's what I think, Frosty, as well, is like you need to separate the categories. There are people who go from like a plus 10, as in they didn't do any keys in the season, and then they buy a 21 because they're rich. That's fine. Like, that's a different story, and that seems kind of toxic. There are also a ton of people that I know of who buy their last title key because they simply cannot get the 20 Priory in Pugs. They've tried for 4 weeks, titles coming around, they're just off, and so they buy the last 2 title keys that they need. That is way more common than, like, that's a type of buyer, and I couldn't fault them for that. Like, I don't know, like, I don't think you can get mad at somebody for buying the last 2 keys they need. Does that mean they don't deserve it? Like, bro, they grinded for 5 months and maybe they had to take a break and maybe they just missed the last little bit. It's like, if they really want the title, then send it. I don't know. Personally speaking, I think that, yeah. But, no, that's what we're talking about, Tricane, to clarify. I'm not talking about buying weekly 10s or anything like that. I'm talking about buying title, specifically the title. My problem with title, they shouldn't take it away from the game. My problem with it is that it leads down and trickles down to toxicity because, and this is the because, you really, really want it because it's the only thing to chase past 3K. And if you're the type of gamer who's like, well, I've done 15, 16, 17, 18, it's like you have no other chase goal. And I don't think that's good. Like, if you're a new player to World of Warcraft and you're getting into keys, there is no physical difference between 3K and 4K. That's not cool. There needs to be more distinction between these two categories because they're completely different games. And so the expectation is once you get past 3K, I've heard a lot of people tell me, for example, where they're like, man, I hit 3.1K, I'm going to go for title this season. And I'm like, oh, okay. What's your plan? And then they're like, well, I'm just going to, like, game. Like, I can get title. And I was like, oh, I mean, yes, technically. Sure. Really? Like, I'm like, oh, okay. Are you sure you want to? Etc. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, yeah, go for it. But I wish that I could tell them, oh, look, if there was like a 3.5K transmog achievement, like, oh, they would maybe say I'm going to get 3.5K. Look how much an impact AOTC makes. Yes, Desi, but what if they added more? What if there was just more, okay? Do you know what I mean? What if they changed to a site number and then like the first I thought a really good idea. Yeah, of course, Calidor. Yeah, yeah, got you. Just did you ping me on Discord? If you ping me on Discord, I'll send it to you. Just ask me on Discord. Who this? Oh shit, okay. I get you entirely. So one really good suggestion I got on that video. Oh, what's up, Arson? GG's. It felt good. We timed keys today. I didn't miss 0.5%, which I joke about. That was very funny yesterday. Yo, have a good day. GG's, Arson. I was reading, look at the mess I sent before the AOTs. Yeah, I know, Desi. I just think that the thing with title is that it takes away from the game instead of puts it in. I'm down for some more 22s. Eventually, I go back beta, Arson. Obviously, I think you want to do some more beta at some point. I just really need this damn Arakara. Like, and now I'm kind of into, like, now we kind of have to get these three. Because now I'm like 22s here, and I just want 22s across the board. Like, it seems like the right thing to do here is just go 1, 2, 3. But this cannot stand. At this point, I will never forgive. I got to find an Arakara. You know, it's like, okay, so let me just hit the 22s. I'll call it a day, and then go test beta again for the last month. So that's the plan. Yo, GG's Arson. I think we're going to send the Priory right now, but we can find another one. Title also only applies to... Oh, what about this suggestion? What do you think about this for fixing title? What if it was a set goal pre-turbo boost, just like Hall of Fame? First X amounts of people to hit this Mythic Plus score, get a title. What if it was that? That's exactly what Hall of Fame is. The first amounts of guilds, the first 100 guilds who go kill Mythic End Boss, get the title. That's Hall of Fame. What do you think? What do you think if that was for keys? And then, no, and that's why. Because it would actually make people push before turbo boost. What if there was a pre and post turbo boost title? Observe. So what if you actually just had a goal and it would make people play pre-turbo boost? Even if they kept turbo boost in the game, because people would actually play pre-turbo boost. What do you think? Now I have to split Hall of Fame and PvP. You would, and that's true. It was just a suggestion, but I think that has some validity. It can be okay or bad. What do you think? What is like 3.6K? Like something maybe achievable, but now there's like a little bit of a rush to get there. You're still going to have people who absolutely farm it and just degen it, and they're like giga gaming. And then other people, not so much. We're going to drop in here. I'm not feeling proud. Okay, no problem. We're losing small. Not plus 32, goddamn. No problem, small. GG's. Thanks for coming today. We lost Arson and small. I'm down for like one more, though. That farm early while the content isn't being tackled. I think I can't compete. No. Yeah, Krim. Oh, wait a second. Is there a cat? Yeah, maybe. Maybe reconvene. I stay up this late because you're cool. Ah, thanks, Ball. Although I think Rain actually might call it for tonight as well. I think you were a rank 1 Guardian for first month of Season 3. Was I? I thought I was in the top something. I wasn't rank 1, I don't think. The higher the score, the more loot you need to handle the scale. The raid thing is weird, Illuminos, because I still wonder what people really get out of Mythic Raid. Posted a bunch of rank. Oh no, I got the rank world second prior Floodgate 13. It was 1. Yeah, I did one like that. I did that. Yeah. But I didn't hold it for very long. I think it was just the first week because I don't raid. So I have that little bit of brief period because I play beta or PTR and I don't raid. So right when the first week starts, I'm like, I know all the routes. I know all the strats. I got all the tech for the new dungeon. So right when I walk in, even if I'm a Guardian Druid, I can do the keys, you know. I think so. Hold up 1 second. Cat's all time. Come here, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Yes. Yeah? What else do you have to say about this? What do you think? Is that all? Yeah? Wow. 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 This is what we do. Wow. Wow. Anything else? What else? Oh, buddy. Buddy. Buddy, buddy, buddy. Buddy. Where? Wow. No, 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 no. Such a cute cat. Sorry, I got very distracted. Okay, we are deciding not to do this right now, I think. By the way, sorry, when we talk about title, I want to clarify something. My opinion is but one of many. I do not have a full fundamental solution. Just so you know, I do not have an actual suggestion. Just to clarify. Hi, buddy. I know. I'm opening a dialogue. I did not mean to come off. If I did, then I don't. I don't have like an actual, like, this will fix it. Just my thought process of what might help. Don't knock the treats off the table. They do that sometimes. No. You want treats. So just to clarify, I don't actually know. Okay. More if you want. Who's this mage, by the way? I don't think I have him on BTEG. I think I have a space for him. I deleted some people. Yes, kitty, I know. The cats are loud. So I do want to clarify that I don't have like a fantastic solution. It's just a thought process of like, he is a very talkative cat, I know. He's a super talkative cat. He's very, very, very extremely cute. And Dax, for what it's worth, personally, I think there's a lot of people who will just hate on anyone who says, yeah, I've bought a key before, but it doesn't. I think it's just part of the system. It's happened forever. I mean, there are communities way back in the day that they had to ban because of how prevalent boosting was at every level. People would buy +8s and +10s and +12s and all the things, not just the highest level keys. It's always been a part of WoW. One of the reasons there's drama about it now is because now there's public shaming. I don't like public shaming. I think public shaming only ever adds more toxicity and doesn't actually ever solve the problem. So the fact that there's a spreadsheet that's calling people out, which, by the way, is, again, not 100% accurate. Like, that spreadsheet is not very accurate. There's definitely a lot of people on there who did, but I don't like that. And it's the same thing that happened with Quasi, where it's like, you weren't there, you don't know what happened. I don't know what happens, but even if he is as guilty as charged, it doesn't mean that he deserves hate and this and that or whatever. I mean, I saw, like, and there is their own sale. Even if and this is the other side of the argument, even if everybody on there absolutely bought the runs, it still doesn't deserve internet hate, and that's not justice. Like, that doesn't help. When you just publicly shame people, you entice the worst of humanity. Yeah, it's right here. I'll have the link for you if you want. But the idea is, it just encourages the worst in people, not the best. Do you know what I mean? It is pay to win, but it always has been, Dal. I mean, Dal, you're a high level player. Haven't you sold a title key before, once or twice before this season? I imagine you have at least. It's a lot of gold. They have negative effects on people aren't at that level. Yeah. I mean, but why wouldn't you take advantage of a system that is within the realm of, like, you can do that, right? And those players that buy them, that's absolutely fair. But of course you're going to want to take advantage of that because it's gold. It's a lot of gold, too. It's how you fund your season. Get into keys and brick them. It does happen, Chicane, and for sure, because you'll play with some people and you're like, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, sorry, Delineus. I'll try to say Dalgroth. Only one of them would I recommend somebody. I think title is fundamentally wrong to Mythic Plus post-Resil edition. I don't think you should take away title because it's a great goal that a lot of people really love to strive for. Illuminos, I believe the fix for title is not taking away title. I think it's adding significantly more stepping stones. Hold on, let me close my door. Holy, I had opened the door for the cat. I am so sorry. Okay, perfect. So the idea is you have to add more stepping stones. So for me, trying to plug title and one of them signed up, I'd absolutely do. That would be fair, Dalgroth. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody had said that about me at one point even, just because, you know, that's the thing, Tricane. And this is not a full solution, but I think that this would be the easiest one for them to implement, okay? That's what I think. I think that this would be the easiest one for them to do is there should be more between 3K and 4K IO. If there's 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, Dal, I recognize some names on that list. I've had my keys bricked by, I recognize a lot of those names and I'm like, yeah, that checks out. To be fair, I was reading the list and I was like, oh, I recognize some of these. There's really not that many people on NA. Not all the names, Dal, but there's you know, it's a pretty small community, especially in NA. So pretty much, I wouldn't say that everyone knows everyone, but even me, where I don't get title, I stay just below it. But early on in the season, I pushed with people who do get title, and then I just quit. So I know a lot of the people on that list, and I'm like, yeah, that seems accurate. Like, I read it. But then I thought to myself, okay, so I'm going to make a video about this. Would I rather make that video as in, how do I want to phrase it? What's the perspective I want to have? What would I like to do in this video? Because I could actually sit here and be like, yo, this list is giga accurate. Fuck people who buy title. It sucks. It destroys the game. It's bad. And I could just farm some views and I could be absolutely rage baiting everybody. And I could be like, oh, I'll send you this key. Look at this. That guy definitely bought it. That guy right there. Everybody knows this one. He sucks, etc. And I'm just like, that doesn't help. What is that going to do? What does that solve? All it does is it adds a little bit more negativity and anger to the world. There's already enough negativity and anger in the world. What I actually want is for people to enjoy their season. I don't want seasons to end months before they do. I am noticing that more and more people are burnt out in WoW. Haven't you noticed that? Is it just because it's the end of an expansion? Is that going to be solved in Midnight Season 1? I don't know. But if they involve Turbo Boost again, it's a real strong potential to me that Resil is frying people and that system isn't going away. There are many reasons for this. It's a combination of factors, but it concerns me, okay? It concerns me that we have a system where people are like, yo, I've been playing WoW for 3-4 months now. I'm kind of done. Like, dude, the season's 6 long. And it's Zir, yeah. People experience this problem in many different ways, but it significantly affects meta perception, which affects the greater player base. Because Dalgroth, as you know, because I know that you're more tapped in than a lot of people that I know about what happens at a +10. A lot of times people who are as high rated as you are very clueless about what happens in a +10 or a +12. At least to me, it seems like you kind of keep your ear on the ground a little and you know a bit more about what happens at that level. It's crazy to me that there's still meta like perception at a +10. Like, you won't get invited if you're a bad spec. There's a lot of groups like that. Now, granted, those groups don't tend to do very well, but that happens, and I'm like, that sucks that happens. People watch tier lists, and they're like, oh, man, I guess I can't play Blood DK. And I'm like, what key level did you want to get to? And they're like, oh, I just, I'm just plus 10s in the season. I just want to get my portals, but Blood DK is like the worst tank according to this tier list, so I can't play it. And I'm like, wait, no, that's not right. And they're like, it isn't? But then, this tier, and I'm like, oh, okay. It's a very weird expectation and perspective that happens, and I just think access to information has been good in a lot of ways, but it also hurts the game that people watch the MDI and they see all the streamers and we have all this access to information. And I think that it's very, in a lot of ways, it's counterproductive. Or like, it's like 5 times, yeah. Now, there's a reason those tier lists work, and I think that they can be used. Like, when I make a tier list, I try to have a conversation about it, right? I try to have a conversation about it for what it's worth. And Dal, that's not a bad example of using fitness as the same thing, where it's like, well, you have to do this. It's like, well, actually, the principle is here. You could do this or this, right? It still makes it easier. And to an extent, I agree, but also I wish there's not going to happen. This is a wish list, but wouldn't it be cool if there was a way to evaluate player skill? Because obviously everyone agrees on this. A very good Blood DK at a plus 10 is better than any other tank you could possibly take. Because a bad warrior tank is still going to die because he doesn't hit Ignore Pain and turns his back to the mobs. In perception, no, but in my chat, yes. I feel like everyone here would agree that you would take the player over the spec, but I don't know how to get that into the greater WoW community. I would have no idea how to convince people of that, and it's weird that I have to convince people of that, For paying for a personal trainer. Kind of, Dax. I can see that, though. Yeah, I can see that. Sorry, Dax, if I missed your YouTube comment, it's because I'm here. You should come over to Twitch in case I miss it. But, no, I agree with you, Dax. It's just weird that it's so incentivized, where you think, I don't have a lot of time, I'm very busy, but I need to do this, though. WoW, it's not just WoW, Small. A lot of these trends, and I'm going to go soon, but I want to finish this because I think it's so important. I love gaming. But I swear people just don't play games for the love of the game as much anymore. It's not just WoW, it's every game. Gaming in general has had a meta shift where you play this almost specifically for the ranking or for the this or for the prestige or for the that. Like, it wasn't always like that. The other day, and I'm going to make this a YouTube video at some point when I get around to editing it, I spent an hour touring somebody's house. They made their house into a strip club. It was fucking hilarious. I laughed so hard, and I had such a good time. And I was like, bro, we're sitting here debating title and keys. That's World of Warcraft. Fuck Mythic Plus. That's just a section of WoW. That is WoW. The social element, that's why WoW had so much magic. It was never because Naxxramas was the most amazing Giga gameplay experience. It was specifically because it was a social game that enabled people to feel a certain way. And I think it's just a different perspective we have nowadays where gaming is not treated like that anymore. I don't think there's a way for WoW to return, because if they did, it wouldn't succeed. They wouldn't make money, and it wouldn't be a good business strategy. There is a reason. It's not WoW. There's a reason that gamers are looking for this. I think that a lot of it is that I think gamers are older, and that's what Classic is. Yeah, but look how many people play Classic, Small. But goddamn, look how many people play Classic. Holy. Look at the player. Look at the representation. Look how many people watch people play Classic comparatively to retail. Dude, Classic's been out 21 years. There ain't new shit in that game there's nothing new. There's no content. And people still play it. I think more people play Classic over retail. Don't quote me on that. I might be very wrong. I might be very wrong on that. Yeah, so, back in the day, when you met somebody in the world of Azeroth, they were probably on the autism spectrum. Like, just straight, like, I'm be real with you. Like, you almost certainly knew that you were going to be able to relate to them because you didn't play online games in 2004 if you were socially successful. Okay? Like, straight up. Like, you were not necessarily, I mean, this is a generalization. Obviously, there are exceptions. But for the vast majority of people, we played because I couldn't get along with everyone else. I didn't know how to talk to people in the real world, so I talked to people online. You know, I'm just saying, like, it's, be real. That's 100% true, Small. If you're looking at Twitch metrics, that's very, very true. Obviously, Sauerkraut, and even before that, you had Peekaboo, etc. So, are those title players maybe looking? I don't think so, Dex. I don't think that they're... Wait, you think so? I don't... And nobody who bought title is going to want to compete in MDX because you have to compete through time trials, which you can't buy time trials. That would be hilarious if somebody bought their time trial and then they compete on... What are they going to do? Like, they're going to go compete live on broadcast and fail? Like, no way. Hey, Hamid, though. You need a 5-man because you need time trials. That's a completely different story. But the idea is back in the day when you met people online, there was a certain level of bonding that you had because personality-wise, you already could assume that you had something in common. But gaming nowadays is way more common. Everybody games. Your grandmother plays games. Fucking your grandmother, Susan, plays games. Betty plays games. Bob plays games. They just do it Candy Crush on their phone. Everyone plays games nowadays. But that wasn't true 20 years ago. There's been a massive shift where gaming is significantly more accessible and popular, which means that they need to now cater to a much wider audience. This is problematic for game design because there are way more people who play WoW nowadays that didn't used to play. And I think that it's much harder for them to... I don't envy them. Like, we're sitting here talking. Bro, imagine actually being at Blizzard and being like a developer at Blizzard. What are you going to do, man? You're sitting there and they're in a meeting and they're like, what should we add to the game? And then you say, oh, we should add this. And they go, nope, these people are going to hate that. You're like, oh, maybe we should add solo queue to Mythic Plus. Let's put out a survey. Haha. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't think it's easy for them to develop the games. I kind of agree that maybe the tuning that they're doing on beta is a little bit sus, but, you know, I mean, any range. Exactly. And that's exactly what happens, Dal. You're absolutely right. There's huge benefits across from gaming. People say I'm rank 1 on my server. People say, exactly. So there's nothing wrong with WoW being competitive. At some point, I might have to make a video exploring both sides of this. Yeah, I honestly think it wouldn't be good for me. It wouldn't be good for a lot of people who really like Mythic Plus. But as a whole, I kind of think for WoW to survive, it probably does need to add a solo queue Mythic Plus. Yeah, rank 1 on my classes. That's people do that. What you meant by competitive? I thought you meant improving. Yeah, no problem, Chicane. I have no problem. When I made that video yesterday, I don't think I did a very good job explaining my point. I posted it, and some people were very not happy with me. And I said, okay, please let me know. Like, I don't mind debate. I'm very okay with people having different opinions and disagreeing. Tell me. Like, I have no problem with that. Like, tell me. As long as we're all okay with the fact that we're going to have a debate, let's do it. I just don't like hate. I don't like anger, and I don't like hate. I don't like negativity. So you can have a difference of opinion, and we can talk about it. Just be respectful. If that ever happens in my Discord or here or anywhere, if you're in my community and you're having a debate with somebody, you better be respectful. I will literally yeet you out. Now, you can hold me to this. I will yeet you the fuck out if you are not being respectful for what it's worth, okay? I'm serious. Like, that's my one big thing. I don't even care how wildly off your opinion might be. Just be respectful when you have discourse with people. It's a forgotten skill, and I don't like that in the words too. Yeah, I don't like that in the world today we can't have differences of opinions without attacking character. It really bothers me that if I have a difference of opinion, I'll be like, well, the thing is, I think you're a bad person, so your opinion is fundamentally wrong. I'm like, that's not productive. Like, I don't like that.
The social aspect of the game has shifted. Like, people in your pickup group aren't people anymore. They're a vehicle. Ooh. They're a vehicle to beating the dungeon or the raid. Holy shit. I'm gonna repost that. Hold GME. Is that your own opinion, or did you read that somewhere? Because that's fucking correct. I don't know why I'm saying the F word a lot. I'm sorry. That's very correct. That's all. I'm gonna post that to YouTube too. If anybody on YouTube is listening to this conversation, we're having obviously a big conversation here. I'm gonna post that entire comment because you're right. That's not even. You're 100% right. That's correct. It's actually, and that's just in general, right? It's yeah. It's basically, you used to look. It's not even just in game. I think that that's actually a life problem too. Is that it's not a selfish or a selfless thing. It's, how do I say this? What's the right way to say this? You're right. People in your key group are no longer fellow gamers. They're way more of a vehicle just for you to get IO. IO is the goal. Socialization is not. Having a good time is not the goal. That's why when I say, for example, for what I say, okay, if I say it's just a game, I'm not dismissing the people who appreciate the competitive aspect of WoW. Because keep in mind, I'm one of them. Like, I'm not, it's fun for me, but I also play competitively in my own way. So I'm not dismissing that, but I think that the way to save World of Warcraft in general is to come back to that. If we all move more and more and more into the environments of we're playing for fun, then the game would be better. That's what I think. That's what I think. I also agree with you, Zen. Maybe our brains are just fried from TikTok. I'm not sure. But they could make incentives in the game and design the game a little differently so that we had an easier time doing it. That's partially on them, partially on us as players. But I agree. That's a good one. I might have to remember that, actually. Hold, I might actually say that in a video. Can I say that in a video? Can I take that comment and say that in a video at some point? Blizz makes decisions based on financials. What's crazy that while the top 1% of players are most dedicated in WoW, they also... Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Dax. The real Dax. You're a key gamer. I know who you are. I believe you. You told me for sure. I'm just gonna riff off the point. I don't have to use the exact quote, but it's a good way to say it, actually. Also tonight, for the next few days, I'm making positive only videos, I swear. I've been covering a lot of negative videos. Tonight is a positive one. I want to talk about the things I'm looking forward to in Midnight. I think maybe just from a healing perspective. I think a lot of people are dooming, and I swear I actually am. There's a lot of positive things that I want to talk about for healing, okay? The UI and add-on changes, holy. How long am I streaming for? Because I don't have enough time to talk. The UI and add-on changes are ridiculous because they put us through all this drama. We're literally ending up with a worse result of the exact same thing we had before. So that's shit. They either needed to hold their guns and do it or not do it at all. That I think that everybody can agree the UI and add-on changes were... You guys know what it looks like now, right? Dal, you've seen Dalgoth. You don't even play beta, but you know what it looks like already. You have almost everything you have, except that the workarounds and it's even harder now. It's even worse, bro. It's even worse. You have played beta now. Oh, I haven't seen you play beta, but it's actually worse than it was, not better. It somehow got. I was so excited too. I was a big believer, but man, it's just worse. It's like people are sharing with me their UI in my Discord, and they're like, "Oh, I'm like asking them like, hey, what's the UI?" And then they say, "This is the list of add-ons that he has to use." Where's this list here? Let me show you. I'm gonna get too sidetracked with this, man. Is it Midnight UI that it would be under? Yeah, look at this. I mean, so like it's a good UI, but I'm just showing you this is just sad. Hold up, look this. Make sure I'm on the right thing here. This. I'm like, if you have to download that many add-ons for this just to get a UI that you're happy with, that's not cool. That's not good, man. Like, I mean, that's worse because then it was actually easier when you just had a week or two that would just do it. And it's like, but you know what I mean though? It's just I know, but like look at what was the relo this? Like this is what raid looks like, and this was a month ago. So there's already worse than this. I'm like, man, it doesn't look any better, does it? This was Northern Sky Relo. It's just like, oh man, that didn't work. But in terms of the game, so for what it's worth, when I talk about things, my intent is for people to enjoy World of Warcraft to the absolute maximum. That's what I would want to do. I would hope that the game is in a state where everyone can enjoy it, both the competitive players and the average player. That's what I want. And at the end of the day, Dax, you're absolutely right. They are a company. We all forget, of course, that most people who engage with Mythic Plus don't even play Mythic. Most people who play WoW don't even play Mythic Plus. There are people who literally just quest and they go do this and they go do that and they love the game. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. So it's hard to go into that. Yo, what's up, Zoe? Yeah, sorry, we were on a rant. Just hopped on stream. What's your thoughts on Guardian Druid at the moment in beta? It's solid, Yazan. It's not bad. It's not the best. Whether or not it's meta, we should see. Did you post your dog or your cat? I want to see furry friends. Behind the add-on, they wanted to reduce the... So, I really was a huge fan of the add-on, okay? I just want to point out that when that was announced, I was like, guys, this is going to be amazing. It's going to help so many people get into the game. Unfortunately, I just don't know, man. Yeah. I have been keeping up. So the 20% aura buff was actually really good. The thing was, Dal, even before that, it was always very tanky. It's just that people have A, been playing it a little weird. And then B, yeah, the Kira build. So the only thing is the no killing blow, no apex talent. Most likely that bug gets resolved, and then it's even better. So in terms of tankiness, this talent is ridiculous. I don't know if you've played with it at all. This is. I hope they don't nerf it. They might nerf it a little, but Guardian, in my initial testing, yes, for now, but that's because it's giga bugged, Al, like very, very bugged. If they fix all the bugs with it, then it could be much better. Like the extra thing consumed, it even reads like Garbo. It does a lot of damage, but even if you don't end up taking it, I'm pretty sure they're going to buff it or change it. Because I don't think they'll let anyone not take their last Apex talent. There's a few things like that for what it's worth. Being cowards about tank DPS. Tricane, I want... Okay. Who cares about Dream of Scenarios? Well, the echoes, so the echoes are bugged, where right now they do 75%, then 50%, and let me explain this. I got you, Dal. Do you know the bugs with it? So when it consumes, it tries to hard cast a Ravage. So obviously you're going to use it on Ravage instead of Raise. And then when you hard cast it on Ravage, it will take the next Ravage proc and use it, and then it will take the third Ravage proc and use it. If you proc it on Ravage and then you get a raise without a proc and Ravage in the next 8 seconds, then it won't cast at all. And on top of that, that extra echoed cast is casting at a lesser value than it should. And on top of that, because it hard casts, it costs the full rage if you have Killing Blow talented. And on top of that, that rage doesn't actually go into your cooldown with Incarn whatsoever, because the rage counted doesn't actually count as being spent. And on top of that, it's like there's so many bugs with it that it's really hard to say, because if it actually hit the way it was designed, no, I know. So even if you don't play Raise, it will only echo if you get another Ravage proc. So then it all of a sudden it's like there's no guarantee you have the Ravage proc at 8 seconds and then 8 seconds again. So sometimes you don't even get value out of it. And then Killing Blow is bugged single target, on top of the fact that the extra rage consumed by Killing Blow gives you no CDR, and it also doesn't contribute to Wildfire, or this if you have it spent at all. It doesn't count as rage spent. So this is... And single target is not even being buffed at all right now, so this is actually just an AoE. Still probably damage increase, but all sorts of stuff like this, though. So maybe if they fix it, like you'll play it, and if you don't play the last Apex, I'd be pretty surprised. I would assume that they buff every Apex to be played, because it's kind of an expansion feature, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Playing single target, it's not buffing. I think it's single target raise that it doesn't buff or something like that. I have the bug list here. Not compiled by me for what it's worth. Not compiled by me. And this was on beta. I don't know if they fixed some of it on pre-patch already, though. For what it's worth. I have not been paying attention this last week, but here, I show you. This is compiled by Thorak and the Guardian Druid Discord. I show you here. This. So echoes will consume rage. It will consume rage if you have a rage. Echo attempts to cast. You don't have 40 rage. It will not cast. So You never want to run race. That's what I had decided. I think everybody is going to recommend you do at least in the Discord, because it's going to sim higher. But in practice, I feel like it's not actually worth it. Raised weirdly doesn't hit that hard by itself. So yeah, like this is a big thing right there. And then doesn't even echo right. You have some of this stuff. Like this one's actually rotationally a big difference, I think. That's interesting to think about. People argue that Ravage is significantly more single target, but I'm not 100%. Okay. Anyways, that being said, I am tired. I'm going to go. How do you feel about After the Wildfire? Yeah, it fails. It's just passive. You don't even think about it anymore. You don't even think about it, GM. Unfortunately. It was such a giga talent before. Oh, man, I love this. In Dragonflight, this was actually a big heal, but it's not that big of a heal now. I have it talented here. Last key. And I'm playing, by the way, the build no killing blow, no rage. So all my rage is actually getting attributed to this. You can see that the total healing it did was down here. Like, it's very little, and it's mostly a self-heal. Like, I used to track it and proc it on big AoE events to help my team, but it doesn't hit that hard. What does hit harder is this. This actually hits super hard, and you can totally save people with Dreamus and Arius. But Wildfire is more of a way to get this talent. I'm just pathing through it because I really want Reinforced Fur. I could see a world where maybe you don't take this. I mean, I could see a small world where maybe you could play something like, I don't know. I mean... Maybe you don't play either of these. You sort of assume you're playing Reinforced Fur, but this would work. I'm very tanky right now, so technically I want Brambles, a little extra damage, and I could take Survival, I suppose. For a pre-patch, this is what I like at the moment, but I'm really enjoying this because I like this playstyle, Dalgroth. I am a very big enjoyer of the macro Ironfur. For beta, I was trying a few different builds. I think mostly... Also, I saw you were playing this, right? On pre-patch. I really had no idea what the value of this Star Surge was. I figured maybe you were right for doing this. I kind of figured that this would be something similar. The Fury of Elune in here. But I could see that this would be better for here. Yeah, originally I was playing through the double mangle, realized if I'm playing EC spam build, the extra rage doesn't really matter. And then I'd go like this. You want the Lunar Beam CDR? Oh, because this actually does give it, because it's not the tier set, right? Because it's a different code. So the Thrash actually gives an extra Lunar Beam. I could see that. Either way, the keys that I'm doing on Bear right now, it doesn't seem to matter that much, so I've just been chilling. Got you. Makes sense. Okay, anyways. I am tired. I'm going to go chill for tonight. I don't have too much work, which is nice. And I will see you tomorrow. I would spam Thrash Moonfire. Interesting that you didn't even fill with a Mangle. But I can see it. I like the fact that there might be variation with Bear coming up soon. Good night, Papa. Interesting. That's actually... I do wonder if that should be corrected, actually, because that seems a little backwards, doesn't it? Who's on right now? You're a great streamer. Oh, thank you, Jacob. And whole GME, thanks for... I think that was a really good point that you mentioned earlier. I'll make a video tonight. It's going to be a positive one. It'll be a happy one, not anything else. All right, who's on right now? You know who I see on that I've never raided before is a small streamer. If we raid her... How long has she been? She's been on 9 minutes. She's just starting. Bro, okay. If we raid her, do not freak her out. She is pushing for 300 followers, and she is at 287. So we could probably get her there in a day. She has 4 viewers right now. Fair? Don't freak her out. She has 4 viewers. Do not freak her out. Yeah. We can get her there in like 1 day. All right, let's go. I played with her the other day. Here we go. There you go. Did I spell this right? Wait. I spelled it right. All right, bet. Here we go. I'll just tell her incoming. I'm just going to give her... No, I'm not even going to tell her anything, but just don't freak her out. All right, bye. See you tomorrow. Bye. How's it going? Easy. Clap. Hey, Yazan. I got about Guardian. Why they're not fixing the bugs is true. I'm in a goblin only guild. Have fun with other green peeps or make one for myself. Throm. Yeah, well. Yazan. When it comes to Guardian and bug fixes, I hope that they actually do fix the bugs. There's a world where they don't, but I don't know how that's going to go. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know, actually. Anyways, I am tired. So tonight, positive video. I've been putting out too many negative videos, and that's on me. I want to put out a happy one today because I'm actually excited for midnight. All right, that being said, I'm out for today. Yazan, see you later.